Hello, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Sunday, 18th of December 2022. And we're back here today to play some more Factorio. Not been on for a few days, so we've got a lot of work to do to sort our factory out. Plan for today is much like yesterday. I kind of liked how that worked. So starting now 2 PM GMT. I think that's going to become a standard starting time for me. We'll do at least the originally advertised 4 hours, so we'll get to at least 6 PM GMT, and then I intend to keep going. We'll aim for 10 PM. We'll aim for an 8-hour stream like yesterday, but if we come to a kind of natural stopping point, or if my voice gives in on me, then we'll just finish up some point towards 10 PM instead, because it worked well yesterday, and I think for a while, at least for a few weeks, I want to kind of make that the standard. Start at 2 and aim for 10, and kind of see how that goes. There are some days coming up, obviously, over the coming weeks where I won't be available because of the season. So I'll still have to keep an eye on the schedule for that, which I'll update after the stream today for what's going to be coming probably for the next couple of weeks. I'll be able to line things up and get that out onto Twitter to make it clear what will be available. But that's the future. Let's hop back into Factorio and catch up with where we were. Oh yes, I remember. We're almost ready to launch a rocket, aren't we? We're at 70% loaded. Just filling in some last control units. Got a satellite ready to go. So we're just going to launch that, and then we're going to be tearing this all down. Well, not all of it. I'm going to be tearing a lot of it down as we start to rebuild the layout of the whole base. I don't think there's anything we were halfway through. I think we kind of tidied up nicely. So we are just kind of waiting for this rocket to launch before the next stages begin. And we could come down here and fill in some of the power grid or what have you ready for it. Tear up some of these bricks that are not going to be living there anymore. Why don't we do that? I'm still suffering a little from this winter cold. It's getting a little bit better every day. I popped to the shop this morning. I've stocked up on soothers and hard candies that are made to help with sore throats and stuff. So once again, apologising in advance if I'm coughing into the microphone too much or anything annoying like that. I'll try and mute before it happens. And you'll probably have the sound of me sucking on sweets all day as the throat gets worse. Hopefully we are towards the end of this cold that's been hitting me over the last week. It's been a whole week now of feeling rough from it, and that's a long time to have a cold, so I do hope it gets better soon. I can vaguely remember, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, where I seemed to have a little cough for like 2 months straight, so I really hope this isn't that. We've got a lot of bricks to dig up here. So there used to be things around there that we used that we must have torn down in the past. This used to cut through a forest as well. We must have knocked that down in the last session. It's going to look very different when we're done anyway. Okay, that's taking us to that point. That's probably alright for now. I'm going to take this section out. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 cells, so we kind of want to cut it up to that point at least, so it doesn't get in the way of the new smelting cell layout. We could lay those vertical roads all the way down. That is an option. I'm not sure when spacing it out I So we kind of laid out what the spacing is going to be like here. Smelting ends there, then there's belts to feed it, then there's the train line. We might want pathway either side of the belts, so we may extend that down a little further actually, thinking about it. Hadn't really planned to put a pathway in, but I will want one. Should craft up as many poles as we can as well. We're going to have a lot to lay out. We'll probably get a machine making them after we're done with the rocket parts. Why don't I'll tear this road up all the way over to where it joins the bit around the oil production we've got in the southwest. And yeah, well, let's lay in the vertical pathways that are going to frame the new smelting. There. Okay. Let's head back up to where we've got some at the moment. I suppose ultimately we're going to come back with concrete or reinforced concrete, but some way off, or maybe we should set that up first. Once the rocket's launched, we can set up some concrete production. Instead of laying the bricks in, we'll just lay the concrete in. I think I would rather do that, rather than laying these bricks in just to tear them up and replace them shortly. So we won't do that for now. How are we doing here? 73%. Anything we could do to speed up? Short of speed modules, because they're short of red circuits. Just manually throw a bunch of red circuits into the mix. Really help. Kind of short of red circuits all around. Is that throughput or input? We are only missing the green circuits. So it's a copper input issue. Copper input is slower than I remember. It could be because copper on the right hand side is flowing more. It's flowing a bit more to feed there, but not, I mean, it is backed up to this point and flowing left. Not really an issue that side. Copper input could just be, copper ore input could be too low. Got the most we can out of this patch, I think. It's just a maybe all the edge miners we used to have been had to come away because they've eaten through everything that was around the edges. So if that's the maximum we can get, then we'll just have to deal with a low input. We can go around and tidy a few bits and pieces up though, can't we? Things that are definitely no longer required. Need engines, would we? Well, we've got engines being made on the other side as well, so why don't we take them out of here? The inventory's a bit full already, we might need to go dump all that off somewhere pretty quick. Could tear up the lab and get all those science packs put into storage and stuff like that. Things are much quicker to take by hand when the belts have actually got things on them. Taking the bots a long time to pick all those individual items up and get them to me. Inventory is full. Okay, let's... I believe we've got a few chests over to the east somewhere that, yeah, we can just throw random rubbish into. Any wood? No. Any just belts and inserters? Because we're deconstructing, we're going to have a bunch of them. That's kind of it. What do we got here? Assembly machines. Put beacons in with them. Furnaces in. No old burner stuff there, no. That's it. Well, let's drop another chest down somewhere then. Throw in engine units. Against these structures, yeah. Be good to kind of feed the bricks and sulfur into something, I guess. Looks like the fringes of that iron patcher starting to get used up as well. To 75%. Okay, so it's ticking along slowly, but getting there. The robot's going to sleep. Okay. Let's give these a little kickstart with what we've got on us, might as well. That might get a few more control units done. Well, we should... At some point we don't want to overproduce too many things that we don't need until much later. Sure, it'll be okay. Where can we throw a bunch of sulfur? We had it for a science pack, so it might be nowhere. Go into battery production, or goes into sulfuric acid production. Doesn't look like there's a shortage here though, so not sure we'll empty much space in our inventory out. It's something. Those bricks, is there anywhere we can throw a bunch of bricks to get rid of them? Walls, which we're not really using. blocks are not in low density structure. The rail uses stone, not brick. Okay. Aha. Throw them in here to make more electric smelters. Again, doesn't clear much space up, but it's something. Let's get ourselves a whole bunch more chests lined up. Start tearing the lab down. I think there'll be a lot of black science packs to pick up. They stack up to 200, so we'll fit quite a lot in their inventory before we need to make the dump into the those storage chests. Yeah, those are full of... Take them forever to empty that by robot. Full of all of the packs that were in the other machines. Okay, so that's the lab section. Let's keep digging up this extra long line of black science packs. Then we'll go throw them all into chests, because they're not going to be needed for a long time. Ultimately, the rebuild, which is, you know, the medium-term thing, will be about science, so we will be using them again and making them again, but not for a while. Aki, hey. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Sure, we disconnect the... Anywhere where we're making something we definitely don't want more of. Definitely don't want more walls. Probably do want more grenades. Don't want more ammunition, they've already been... No, they're not. Yeah, let's cut all that off. Jumble there, it's interesting how we did that. Be interesting rebuilding everything again later. Though I do think it's the first time we built all of this out, all this science production. It was really fun to do the maths, work out the ratios and calculate what we needed. My memory's not good enough to remember the numbers, so when we're rebuilding I'll be looking it up. I won't be trying to do the maths a second time. Okay, so let's put labs in there, and then red, no green, blue, purple, yellow, and then black. Clear out more of the junk we've picked up in the meantime. The assembly machines, drills, random modules, Random engines. Belts and inserters, that's fine, that's cleared a bit of space more out. Start taking the power grid up here down as well, I guess. We're not going to need it all. I think we need a random gear production, so we'll take that away. Particularly need the inserter or the belt production, but we do need blue belt and blue inserters, so we will need to build a set of that up. Probably we'll do it down the other end, close to where the lubricant is coming in. We could just tear all this down as well. Do we need solar panels? No, the number in that box is probably enough for a long time, so let's take that all out as well. We do need to leave. Hey, Mondo. Hey, nice to see you again. All this factory. Where's the vanilla? Yeah, where are we? Where's the ice cream being made? Yeah, shift undoes the instruction. Still need to feed iron into the rail production, so we'll leave that side running. Not sure we can't make anything even vaguely vanilla-like. Go do some fishing. That's the only food in the game. Barrel of water. So we got up here. We can take that radar out now. Take out all of that stuff. We just need to move all of those solar panels into a different chest. Too fast for my robots, they're getting tired. Let them catch up for a bit. Inventory full. Okay, let's gonna take a few trips to get the stuff cleared out of here. Those there. Maybe something else we can empty. Machines. The inserters and belt as we tear up the factory. And I see 93% of a rocket. Okay. I think we will soon be able to dismantle some of the bits that are feeding into that. It's only got well, now be six more rocket parts to make. I think we will move just that one inserter there so that we don't produce any more low density structures than we need to. Or than we already have. I guess we've overproduced massively because those belts are full. No big deal. It's fine. Throw all the excess pieces into a random chest somewhere and forget about them forever. finished robots. We're going to need to run back and forth a couple times. 1.2 thousand solar panels in that box to move. I would probably need a second chest here for them all. I don't think we'll run short of power for a long time if we place all those out. Empty out a few more belts and inserters and stuff to move a few more solar panels every trip. We are, yeah, full of all sorts. Some machines off in there. There's a radar there. Let's free up our space for that. Generic stuff like lights and power poles that are filling the inventory in because we use a hell of a lot of them. And now we're tearing it down to nothing. They're all got to go somewhere. How many more to move? Another 120, so this will be the last one, hopefully. There we go. That whole right-hand section there has been torn down. Okay. So here we're still making the modules we need for the rocket. We're ready to launch, I think. Let's stop making more. I think we want to make more speed modules, but for the time being we'll pause everything. Don't want to make any more rocket control modules because they are exclusive to the rocket and I only want to launch the one. Waiting to launch. It's got a satellite in it. Off we go. Hopefully. And he's gone. There you go. Game finished. We're done. Yeah, we'll keep playing, thank you. I think there's more to be done. But good, there we go. A rocket is launched. That's one thing ticked off the to-do list. We can launch a bunch more later as well, but we gain 1,000 white science packs for launching a satellite, so we need to keep them safe somewhere as well until we set our lab back up to actually use them. We throw them into a chest over here. That was, I want to say about 30 hours. Can I check that somewhere? So like playtime, 23.5 hours. At some point we need to do that entire thing of reaching this point and launching the rocket in under 8 hours. About a third of the time that it took me. I reckon I could half the time just by focusing. But third of the time is a little further than I think I could naturally get, so I need to do some prep work for that. That'll be like when we've finished all of the objectives of this run, probably. Do an extra new run just to get that achievement for getting it done in under 8. I think it's under 8. Yeah, under 8 hours, yeah, so. And I need to do the one where you don't craft things by hand. Which is going to need even more prep work, I think. Tear this down. We do want more speed modules, but we'll build them somewhere else closer to where all the coloured circuit boards are being made over the other side. We do want to leave electric furnace production going. Probably rail as well. Tear all of these lines away. It's okay. And take the rocket silo away, I guess. Except we've got nowhere to put it in our inventory. What do we do with all this that's going to be constructive? Put the copper back into as if it were outputting from here. Same, these are already full. Put the iron into the input of the steel. Not able to put the bricks. We could do with a little wooden chest. Ammunition. Actually, why don't we equip ammunition? Like frames, not sure whether we need them or not, so let's just dump them. Bunch of sulfur. A repair pack. Generally going to move away from small electric poles, but I don't know. Dump a few bricks then. There we go. Gone forever. And I hope that ghost goes away as well. I need 4 radars, so we'll leave 1 for the time being, but we'll get moved around as well. Empty a few things more out, and then we'll go on another tear down spree of removing things. Density can go in here. Random machinery. I want to take the higher level machines with me because we are going to set up some production chains. Radars can go in. signals can go in for now. Silo can come live here. That's about it. Okay. Finish off tearing down what we've marked out up here. Copper supply. It's not being used to make rail or electric furnaces, so guess we don't need it at all. Definitely going to be a lot to dismantle to get this sorted out. Robots are going to be busy. Very methodically, do they? Be the way that I'm running around, but it'd be nice if they kind of worked closest to furthest or something. Ah, we've changed the power layout around here. That might be enough electric furnaces. Not entirely sure how many we need, but let's block off a few, because I don't think we'll need that many. Not certain, but I don't think it'll be that many. Okay, we can tidy this up, because we'll no longer need to direct it in two directions. Feed this copper back in so we're not filling our inventory with it again. A few more belts to pick up. Good. So I want to leave them running. Is there anything we're delivering over here we don't need anymore? Bricks, red, yep. Sulfur here, not needed. Let's dig this line out. Then we need to think about what do we actually want to set up production of. Got electric furnaces. The two key ones are going to be so fast inserters and blue belts. Medium electric poles. So fast belts, fast inserters, medium electric poles, electric furnaces, that's the initial stuff, and reinforced concrete. We get a little bit set up for all of them. The sulfur, let's a random tree I can turn into a box to blow up. Anything else? We're not going to need a combinator. Those bricks, got plenty more. Stick. Fuel. He's going to stand back, not sure. Don't want to discover that rocket fuel explodes when shot. Okay. So accumulators we don't need more of. Let's remove this. Need those batteries back in. Kind of like to run these over in one trip rather than two. Let's do this the other way around. Empty inventory into box. Take the accumulators, then we'll come back and pick our inventory back up. Circuits are still flowing somewhat. Now obviously the supply of copper is like solid because it's not going anywhere else anymore. Just tidy that iron line up when we run back across it to just make it a bit neater. We're gonna them up here, aren't we? Next to being the case, let's get some more chests around here. So medium electric poles, copper, steel and iron. Really happening over here. I think we might need to do everything over to the west. That'll do, just a bit neater. There'll be some way of removing the ghost, I'm sure. Build a building on top of it and then take it away, I guess. Work about that later. Okay, there's the inventory we dumped, so let's pick that back up. We'll leave all of that going, I guess, because we'll want to use these red ones for something. We'll leave more grenades than we're going to need, but we'll leave that there. The blue we will leave. This stuff was being turned into flying robot frames. We don't need that. Shall we disconnect the production of? I'll leave the engine machines there. I'm not sure if we might want. Guess we'll want locomotives, which will need them. The electric engines I don't think we need until we have a plan for more robots or something like that, which I don't have a plan for yet. The maze around here. There are some green in case we need them. Batteries I think we're not going to need. Sure of that, but I don't think we will. Pull them back. Really have anywhere to put these either, so we might be destroying a whole load of batteries. take out the production of batteries as well, I guess. Fine. Still making sulfuric acid. We might... I think we do need that for something. Off the top of my head what, but I think it's involved in something we're going to want to do. Yeah, let's grab another random tree and destroy some of this stuff. We can't. Don't have space for the wood. Okay, so we don't need batteries, don't need electric engines, random bits and pieces of stuff. We've got plenty of them to sort it out. It's fine. If I do... Yeah, that gets rid of the ghost. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what's first? Let's get blue belts up and running. We're going to need... we're definitely going to need underground. Are we going to need blue splitters? Yes. We are. Okay. That's a lot of different things. Okay, so blue belt is red belt plus lubricant and more wheels. Did say I was going to just use a website, didn't I? Why don't we? We'll just use a calculator to say we want to make one factory's worth of blue belt. And we can use tier 3 factories. We don't care about the ore inputs or anything like that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 16 factories making iron gear wheels. We're going to need to make a lot of assembly machine 3s to do this. Which is speed module plus assembly machine 2. We should have quite a few of them. Did I put any speed modules in a random chest somewhere? The ones we've got, can upgrade them quickly. Yep. Hi Tato, afternoon. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. It is 15 assembly machine 3s. So I guess the first thing will be setting up production of assembly machine 3s, just a little bit, to help us build out to everything else. You're doing good. Glad to hear that. I'm doing okay. I'm still coughing a little bit. Been ill all week and looking forward to not being ill. Okay, so if we want to have a machine making machines, what do we need? One machine making assembly machine 3s needs 240 machines making red chips. We're not doing that many. Let's cut that back to a much smaller factor. Much smaller. Hmm. 1 per 4 seconds is probably achievable. Even that's a bit overkill. 1 per minute is probably underkill. Let's do 6 per minute. So we need 5 machines making speed modules, and then 1 machine doing all the other elements of the picture, apart from electronic circuits. Which we've got on about anyway, but that's not going to be enough. Great location to put it. Let's tear all this out. We don't need any more low densities. Let's just tear all of that out. Don't need the low densities, don't need to feed the blues over here. For this, might want them for something different. This wiggly bit out of steel, cut that back down. Tidies that all up a little bit. Grab some random trees again to put in the things we don't want to keep. Actual low density structures themselves, I guess, is all I'm thinking we'll destroy because we don't need them at the moment. They take up a lot of space. Assembly machine 1s. Which is the only extra thing you really need. Gear wheels. Electronic circuits, you're doing quite a lot. And then speed module is electronic circuit. An advanced circuit. The calculator is telling me how many electronic circuits are needed for the whole picture, not just the end. So what we've got here is probably enough. If we take the greens here and the reds, so the reds are not here currently, we can feed them up from the end somehow. Inventory full again. Okay. Shelves to empty out the inventory, but I'm willing to lose. I have to run some more things over to the east for safekeeping storage. Let's do that. We've got a whole bunch of belt there, for example, that we can just go store. Then again, we're not really going to use much yellow belt in the future. this one's kind of full. Let's start putting inserters into their own storage. Keep that for yellow belts. Let's actually take those low density, go get rid of them with the others. Anything else we can dump? Let's start dumping small electric poles. We'll use medium ones primarily now. Could put the underground belts in. Should we move that wood into a different one? A few random machines we can throw into here. Keep a few chemical plants on us, we might use those. If we've picked up more speed modules, let's turn them into level 3 machines. Lights. I'll grab them when we need them. If I remember they're here. Which I probably won't. I think that's all kind of okay. We want to feed the blue and green chips into actual production of stuff at this point. And the steel and whatever other bits and pieces we're currently picking up. We'll back slowly and let our robots recharge as we come past them. It's all of them. There should be a cloud of them somewhere who forgot. Very upset. No, that's all 50. Okay, fine. They've all made them way back to me. It's wooden boxes again to throw the low density structures into. To get more boxes, you really don't fit many of them. Stacks of 10. We have overproduced quite a lot. Let the robots do a bit more work there and continue my thought process of machines making machines over here. Assembly machine 1, assembly machine 2, assembly machine 3, and 5 machines making speed modules. These guys just need green and red circuits. Yeah, about would be my preference. Isn't really going to happen. Never mind then. Let's send them a different direction. This just needs that and that. Simple enough. This one needs the green circuits, steel and wheels, and this needs iron and wheels. Okay, so we need a wheel machine. Machine needs iron, which we've got here. That's helpful. We need steel to actually get the wheels in there. Need to get the ones into the twos as well. Really left myself enough room to do all this. Getting warnings about our inventory, so let's go empty that out into up here. Okay. Take those. It's just facing the wrong way, that's fine. Out of there and into there. Electronic circuits into that one. Didn't notice that. Oops. That's getting everything it needs. That just needs some steel. Where can I steal some underground yellow belts from? We got some up here. Okay. Yep, fill these in. Good. That should give the steel for the level 2s. Then fed to the level 3s, which we'll put into a steel chest. We don't need too many of them, but we might as well. I mean, all of the, I guess all the level 2 and level 1s that we deconstruct, we might as well feed into that and turn into level 3s at this point. Just work with level 3s going forward. Sinking. The gas pump on this chair must be dying. Okay. We've almost finished deconstructing the low density structures. That's all of them. Let's let the bots come to bed. Get these all cleared out of our way. Any other bits and pieces we don't need anymore? Not really. That's them dealt with, okay. It's reasonable. an option speed for what we're up to. Well, have we got any? Yeah, a whole bunch of level 2s. Let's feed them in. Right. So the reason to do that was because we needed quite a lot in order to make blue belts, because they need a lot of gears. 16 gear, one of all the other bits. Let's just do that in a gap over here. For gears. One of each of the others. This is going to be blue belts, red belts, yellow belts. This is going to be gears. So I'll have all iron plates in, gears out. Stop sending the overflow of iron into steel. Actually use it instead. That may not be enough to feed this much gear production, not sure. But actually, yeah, we are going to need bigger power poles. Red, yeah. More red inserters are going to be needed for this. Don't think there's much more that I'm deconstructing at this point. I don't think there's anything more that we're deconstructing at this point. Let's go grab a bunch that we put into storage. A few more iron mines have run out of iron to take. Tidy them up while we're down here. Stone ones, looks like it. Move that over to finish that end off. Inserters are here. Let's put those mining drills into wherever I had them. Yeah. And while I'm thinking of it, let's take all of our level 1 machines, level 2 machine. We will feed them in and get them upgraded. That box of electric smelters is full. It's going to be a good start. Iron plate supply is nowhere near good enough to do this over here. Oops. Never mind. So here we're going to feed in level 1 machines, level 2 machine there. It's good, making a good number. Not quite pipe feed all the machines in that we've got. In the output maybe? Yeah, that'll work. Good. Okay, so let's see. Here we just need iron and gears, so we're going to need to get more iron down here for sure. What are we doing with? This iron's kind of not really being used. We should do something with that to get it into the mix here. Okay. Iron in, gear in, yellow belt out. Belt in, and gears. Next, red belt out, red belt out, red belt in, gears and lubricant. Okay. Tank of lubricants over here. Let's just got any pumps on me? No, I don't. Never mind. Place that pump with whatever that's called. Pipe. Ideal, but it'll feed enough to do the job. That doesn't line up very nice with the poles. Let's put it on that side. It's feeding in, that'll do. And then we just need output into steel chest. And we'll let that whole thing fill up because we are going to need a lot. Okay. So I just want to get that iron feed to be coming from here instead. Don't really, I can split it as long as we output priority to the left. Fill this belt. We do that with input priority on the right. The iron coming from the left will back up into those machines more, if need be. Okay, so that's blue belt. Blue belt electric furnace. So medium power pole is going to be needed. Let's look at how that works. One power pole just needs 2 iron sticks. Why don't we do that? We're going to need copper, steel and sticks, which we've got around here. Copper's there, that's fine. Okay, so copper. These machines can go, can't they? We'll need to rebuild them if we do need more engines than what we've got sat there, but deal with that when we get there. Two sticks, 1 medium poles. They need iron in, sticks out. guy needs sticks in. Copper in. What's that? Steel? Over here. Can output the medium poles into there. Good. Almost 100 blue belts. Okay. Power poles, electric furnaces, blue belts. Lights and fast inserters. Lights are not dead easy, but kind of easy. Iron plate, copper cable, electronic circuit, those are all in the vicinity of here. We just kind of throw a random machine in. Somewhere around here. There. Need an underground. Steal one of these. And then pop a cable in. Electronic circuits in. Lights out into a box. We're going to need a lot of them, why don't we do that? I'm just going to put in... okay. What do we need? Fast inserters. Which is inserter plus circuits and iron. That's annoying. Two green circuit setups and green circuit setup is two machines, isn't it? So one factory making fast inserters needs 3 machines. Two factories need 6, so we could do 3 setups making green to feed 2 machines making fast inserters. Why don't we here, don't we? That's interesting, that's not going up far enough. We need to... We've got the bits on us, why don't we speed up these belts? So feeding one full yellow belt, if it is backed up from the top there, it'll be full. And then adding some iron there. So that is fine, yeah, 2 red splitters and then that's fine. Inserter needs iron gear wheel and electronics. Next needs the copper and iron. Don't have a great spot to do any of it. It's fine, I guess we just do it inefficiently somewhere. Not take any more from that green circuit. So I want to put a new green circuit bit in. Let's take all this out of the way. Rebuild it if we need it later. E-making cable. Go into 2 making electronic circuits, 1 making gear wheels, 1 making inserters, 1 making fast inserters, gear wheel, green chips, and cable. Okay, so copper in, cable out, cable in, iron in, circuits out, and in, gears out, gears in, iron in, circuits in, inserters out, iron in, circuits in, inserters in, fast inserters out to a chest. So that's gear wheels in. Do they need? No. It's for gear wheels. That's the cable. That is iron. Needs to wiggle its way in after copper. So iron on the left, copper on the right. Split off this copper. Send it through here. The iron, where is it? That's here. I want to swap those around. Swap the input and output on these, and move that back 1. Means moving that back more than 1. It's all very temporary, so it's not going to be neat, but there we go. That's now back up and running fine. Oh, those inserters have got things in them. That's better. That's putting iron in, so iron now just also needs to come up this chain as well. More iron than that, so why don't we feed this in earlier as well? Polarity right. Okay, my inventory is very full of junk. Let's throw steel into anywhere that will take it. Not many places. Over here as well, maybe. Something. Let's feed those machines into the chain. them upgraded to top level. It's not running very fast. It's fast enough though for what we're doing. That's not a big problem. This random line of plastic. So we're making everything except blue underground and blue splitter, which we don't really know how many we're going to need, but we will need some. I don't know if it's worth just stocking everything else up into big storage and then building them after everything else. At the moment it's a bit much, because they're not. I swear originally it used to be a case of like a blue underground used blue belt, but they don't. This recipe is very underground, upgrade that to red, upgrade that to blue, with a lot of gear wheels. And the blue belt is using 10 gear wheels in a half second, so the underground is using double that. Yeah, not sure about getting that done. We would need... We've got 16 making gear wheels here, so we'd need 32 of them to do the undergrounds, at least 32 of them. Some to do the splitters too. This is all flowing quite nicely at the moment. So what I do want to do here is feed in bits of yellow and red belt that I've got. We want to go over and dismantle the red belt ad hoc thing we did in the corner because we're making blue now. That's better. This won't be needed anymore. Oh, we haven't never upgraded these into steel furnaces. We could be potentially be making more iron. Just had a thought. We're also not making reinforced concrete yet. Well, we've got concrete machines on the end there, so we just need iron and steel over there as well. A few more little blue machines we picked up, they can go in here. Inventory management at the moment. There you go. I don't think we got steel anywhere near here. Do we either belt up the concrete and take it to the steel, or find a way of getting steel over here? Here's the first sign of steel. Really good in any case. Don't necessarily want to belt up the concrete. Manually run it back and forth, but it's probably not best. just run steel over here in some silly manner. Don't need that plastic at all from the looks of it, so I can't fit it in our inventory at the moment. Let's mark it all to come out. That bit is needed. I think we could run steel along there. There's a little space below where we can put steel on this belt. Just need to split it around here somewhere. Do it quite easily there, so let's do that. Very wiggly, but we'll get it through here. At this point we've got concrete, iron and steel. Get these actual belts from somewhere. Actually need, then we need to get some assembly machines. We don't need 5 of these. What's check a calculator again. If we want to make refined concrete in one factory, then we need 2 concrete factories, or 1.5 of them, so 3 to 2. We take 2 of these away. That back into that. Pick them 2 up. Reconnect that. 2 machines here. Refined concrete. Which just needs... Let's do it the other way around. There and there. Refined concrete. Shared belt, I guess. Those bits all go in. Water needs to come in this side. Nowhere to grab random bits of yellow belt from. Let's got red on us, so we'll use it. Keep that moving. Okay. That will output if we get enough electrical coverage. Every output like that. Into a steel chest. Is there anything I can dismantle to get the yellow belt I want? Why don't I place a bunch with red and then we'll have some. Because there's nowhere really to put that either. Take all this plastic up, why don't we? be able to dump some of this somewhere. We'll dump bits of iron ore into there. Iron itself. Oh. That's not quite right, is it? I've not got that right. Because it's not iron that they want, it's iron stick. Okay. Need to clear inventory space so I can get room to think. Okay, that's some progress. Let's get these blue ones. It's back into the blue machines. We'll be safe in there until we need them. If we need them. We'll put the green ones into somewhere as well. Steel into anywhere? Not around here. Okay. Looks like it might have been enough belt to get moving. Okay, so this all needs to move a bit. Because we need a machine as well. Let's steal one from here. Don't necessarily know if we need these many red circuits being produced at the moment. That's fine. Okay, so let's put one in here and two in up here. This one is going to make sticks. These are going to make refined concrete. The other ones are going to output into storage. We're going to input iron into here. And the sticks are going to join with the steel. And they go into here. The concrete itself goes onto there. So that should be correct now. Just need them belts. Let's nothing jumps out as like an obvious target to rip down. Well, all of this does. Let's take this away. Walls. We'll and ammo. That's no longer needed. Get some boxes to destroy all these in. Yeah, we can cut this mixed line all the way back. Keep the grenade machines, but don't need a random bit of belt going around. So that's fine. Let's... looks like we're just going to need one box to do it in. Grab one tree. Right, yeah, okay. So that's sorted out. That should give us enough belt to finish off what we're doing down here with the concrete. I hope. Okay, sticks, steel, concrete. No, the water has been disconnected. Don't know why. We'll reconnect it, I guess. There we go. Water in that machine. Water in these machines. Good, good. Find concrete. 10 per recipe, okay. It's gonna need a lot of that, for sure, to do all of the walkways and everything. Okay, what else? So it's really just the blue... blue undergrounds and blue splitters that we're not dealing with. Yeah, which I don't really want to deal with. I just don't think we've got enough iron to do it. Don't think we've got enough iron to turn into gears to turn into what we need. We can just put the machines over here and see if the surplus of other stuff happens to run into them, I guess. There's a minor surplus of gear wheels there, but not much. Grab a few machines and do something. Sure, where's good here, maybe? And on the end of here, materials make it this far, then why not? So underground is... underground takes belt, okay. It's different. Red underground needs gear wheels adding on. Somehow. This is just going to slow down the regular belt production, which is not really going very fast at all. We're going to need a lot more than that, I think. Memory. Blue underground also needs gears. And it needs lubricant as well. is making undergrounds slowly. Needs plates in here. That makes yellow undergrounds, that turns them into red ones, that turns them into blue ones. Very slowly. The splitter need to add circuits to belt, more circuits to splitter, and red circuits to red splitter. Still a backlog of yellow belt because we don't get enough gears into the system, I guess. Don't have the circuits over here, green ones would need. Over here we could do belt, splitter, plates and gears to make the belt. Needs more plates as well, okay. Plates, circuits and belt makes splitter. Then similar ingredients, okay, so that needs to go out and go back in. If I gear and circuits as well. Make red ones and then one's lubricant. We need red circuits and more gears. Need more red circuits to do that. Where are they? Closest one is here, I think. Okay. So that will slowly make blue splitters. That is not getting nearly enough iron. I probably want more green circuits when it does get the iron, if it does get the iron. And this definitely needs a lot more iron. Anything we can do about that? Anything we can do? Yes. So we're at maximum. Well, the belts are full from that side. It's just from the other end that they're not. Actually, they could be improved here too, if we've got some steel furnaces set in a box somewhere. That is an option. Electric furnaces. Yeah, steel furnaces, okay. If we upgrade this iron smelting point to steel furnaces, then we can upgrade the belt to red belt. As long as the iron ore input is okay, then we'll get a lot more. Not sure the input is okay, but is sufficient for doubling the output. Eight spare ones, we could go put them down the other end. Okay, so each line is still a yellow, but where they join here there needs to be a red. Then that will need to all be red belt and red stuff for its full distance. I suppose where it joins the other one it would then need to be blue. At that point, anything joining from the left isn't. There'd have to be a gap coming on this red line for it to be meaningful. So do we do this further down? Or why not? I mean, we've got blue belt now for the first time. Why don't we use it? We'll need 2 blue splitters. One blue no. 2 blue splitters all we need here. Yeah. Making them fast enough for this, just slow relative to what we need to overhaul our smelting system, which we'll be able to start doing very soon, actually. Okay, so that stretch needs to be blue. And then that allows, if it were a full red belt, I can see now it's not, but if it were a full red belt coming in, then you could add to it from the left. You could add a full red belt from the left, but that's not available. Yeah, that's right, that's kind of like the best we can do. This one is short, but that's not so important actually. With over 200 machines, I think I'm going to cut that off. We won't need more than that for fiddling about at this point in time, for sure. Well, the only thing that we're not really doing, looking at it, is I wanted some speed 3 modules. I mean, we can set it up without them and add them in after. What do we actually need to do for them? Just get green, red and blue units together, feed them between each other. What's the ratio? If we want to make 1 speed 3 machine, that creates 1.25 speed 3 modules per minute, which is slow when we're thinking of everything like 200 per cell, so I'm thinking of 800 in total, of approximately. 800 at 1.25 per minute is a bit slow. I think we may save that for after we've overhauled everything. We'll put the modules in later. 1 speed 3 needs 2.5 speed 2s and 5 speed 1s, which are fed by 5 blues, 19 reds, 9 greens. So we could kind of do 2 runs of them. Quite easy, 10 to 5 to 2. We've got enough red and blue for that, approximately. Just need to set up the green for it, which I think would be best to take all of this stuff out of the way in order to do that, personally. That would be my plan. So yeah, not right now. We'll stock up on the stuff we need to start overhauling the smelting. Then when we've got enough of everything else, tear all this stuff down and focus on making speed 3 modules while we get the rail lines into place, I suppose. I think everything the best it can be. Now's a good time to take a little break and leave it running while it makes the belts and stuff that it's doing at the moment. Then when I get back, we'll actually start lining things up, getting the blueprints ready and going for it, kind of. So I'll just leave this running for 3 minutes while I go refill the drink and close the curtains again, and like the usual afternoon break is. And then yeah, in a couple of minutes when I'm back, we'll carry on. So I will see you shortly. Yeah, hello there, I am back. Legs have woken back up. Ready to do some more factory building. You've seen out the windows as I was going around, the ice around here is all melting on the roads and the cars and everything, which is excellent. Means the weather must be warming up this afternoon. Okay, let's... I think we get started. Just empty out whatever rubbish I've got in the inventory that we don't need for this, and then start grabbing the bits and pieces and get to work. Iron source here is shrinking. Need to connect more up shortly, for sure. What have we got? Don't need yellow belts, don't need red ones either. Yellow undergrounds, red undergrounds. Let's put the splitters in there too. Don't need regular inserters or long ones. Do need lights. Don't need small electric poles. Did I put them? Yeah, there. Don't need pipes or underground pipes. We'll keep our robots on us. Small bit of brick we'll keep, it's just an ingredient. Don't need drills. Don't need old furnace types. Keep the assembly machines on us, so I could go put them in the other section. Random engines I've got somewhere, haven't I? Yep. And the rest of that I think we can throw into machines or what have you. Is there anything else here we use? Might want to throw some radars out there. I think that'll be it, okay. Okay, let's go up here and grab how many we need in each cell actually. Let's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 18. So it's 36 in a row, so 72, so it's 144 in a cell. Take 3 stacks with us to start with. A stack of blue undergrounds. Don't know how many we'll need. Take all of the blue belt we've got. That's not going to be enough, I don't think, for even one cell. Whatever splitters we've got, they're not getting enough green circuits. This is at a standstill of green circuits at the moment because we're not using them, so let's take them. Guess we'll use blue belt, that's what we've got. Oops. Yeah, let's run it to the end. That will help, I'm sure. That's a lot of poles. Good. Take a couple of rows full. Not sure how many we'll need. Throw these gears in somewhere. Get this steel put away somewhere in there, maybe a bit. Do with carrying the rest. Lights, where did I make them? remember just sticking a random machine in up here somewhere, maybe? Yeah, at the top. Pick a bunch of them too, okay. So we've got... That needs updating, that's not quite right. Blue belt. Thinking about it, we should have built that item that lets you stop getting pushed around by belts when useful to have when you're working with the blue ones. Okay. This does 4 lines in, the 2 outside and the 2 central. 4 lines out, here and here. If we blueprint that, that's a single row. The lighting is, if we place that down, it's going to put lighting here as well. Which is excessive, but not necessarily a problem. I don't mind being well lit. Okay, fine. They're cheap to make. So that is 1 row. To place that row down. Good. Put that into the book. Let's start placing that one out. This first row, we're lined up, aren't we? Yeah. Like that. So yes, I think I do. I want to leave a gap here, really, don't I, for a pathway. So that's actually going to be there. We probably want to leave another gap for another pathway. They'll be like that, I think. Yeah, a pathway each side of the pathways down the edge like we've got at the moment, but made from reinforced concrete instead of brick. This is the top end, then these are not needed. But we need undergrounds that go post to post, I guess. And this will be the supply that comes in from the like train station, which is going to come off or out of the train station balanced, and then we've missed a little hole in the floor. Should have brought some landfill with us. Should have known I would miss a hole. Okay, so yeah, they'll come in on full belts, run under. Fact. There'll be undergrounds here as well. Come in full, run under there, run up down these gaps. The the blue belt's going further than I thought it would, so that's good. We might have a good amount with our current production speed. Now need to dig up this bit of road. Next one in there. Oh, interesting. Should have upgraded those small poles to medium ones when picking the thing out. Don't know. And there we reach a problem. We still need to be feeding all this stuff in at the moment because we are still working on a few things. So I don't want to cut these lines off completely. I kind of want to feed the copper one up, even if it is only temporary, but feed it up to the to go into this. Let's just leave a gap for now, I guess. We want to disconnect this cell that I'm currently working on. Sometimes I can't just stop it. I don't want to fill my inventory with ores. I guess I'll have to. Just not using as many poles and lights as I was expecting to, laying all that out, so could actually be in a good position with all of that. I think we've got plenty of furnaces made. It's just really the belt that production's quite slow at the moment, but like I always say, we're not in any rush. Oh, I want to disconnect the coal as well, didn't think of that. I've written for a little bit to clear through some more of that. Materials that are here. Don't have the inventory space to juggle them. I find the iron input slowed down a bit, really. I don't know. It's probably because we gave the circuits to the row I'm stood at the end of, which is causing that to pull more iron away. Yeah, no big deal. Concrete have we got stored up so far? 2,000. That is not going to go far at all. I reckon we might have enough rail at least to start with. You know, safe storage. Let me actually just check it and see. Because I'd like to make more if we can tear that down. Got one wooden box full. Is not enough. Clear some space out with and a bit of juggling done. And then I'm going to take new steel chest to the end of this line, and we'll fill it in some more with more rail. Well, it's going to use even more iron, I guess. Which, oops. Inserters, okay. Interesting. But it didn't complain about that. We just had exactly the right number for the rows. No? No, they're still in ghost form. We just ran out and I didn't realise. Fast inserters, where did I do them? Ah, here, right next to me. Oh, that's a lot. Cool. That fill in will round the whole way. Let's grab a bunch more of these inserters then. Fill them in on the blueprint grid. Anything else we ran short of? Probably short of furnaces, but I thought I took exactly or roughly the right number. That'd be fine, hopefully. Still smelting away a bit. Can do to speed that up. Get it moving. We prioritise input right on this one. This one. Guess we're just not using as much copper anymore compared to what we were doing before. Is fine. Take some of this concrete. I'd like to see what it looks like when we go place it out. Just take as much as we can. This brick is going to end up with a whole bunch of brick and nothing to do with it. Probably filled all the outputs here, I guess. Yeah. Not stick it there. Oh well. Okay, so we take the concrete to the corner of the block we're working on. It's here. But, don't want lots of bricks on the floor. Let's find some way of dealing with this. The bricks, random little materials. Let's get rid of them. It's fine. It's going quite far. Almost made it to the end. But yeah, we might want to increase the amount of concrete that we're making over there, because we're going to need a lot, obviously. What we made so far, we just made that one line. All that extra brick, and let's smash that. Okay, those copper lines are starting to move. We're starting to have finished. Could end up with a whole bunch of coal, but let's get going. I also want to move this this line of stone that we're using to make rail is going to get in the way. Obvious answer for that. do something with it. I need to off earlier up here, I guess. Let's just move that. This is all coming down very soon anyway as we build those blocks in. And of course, we don't have enough inventory space for the stone. Now the output of those isn't being fed into this box fast enough. Improve that. Oh, yep, let's continue digging up. What we really want to do is clear this entire square out. Then out now. Scoop up all the ores and stuff, then it can bots can do the rest. Stone to throw into these machines in the north. They're not getting any iron here to make the rail with. Why has that happened? Because we're output of here is prioritising left for some reason. I don't know why we did that. Having upgraded it to red belt and steel furnaces, it's no longer a full belt, so it isn't pushing. Wasn't sending enough up the right hand lane. Also not getting enough iron ore really to feed that at that level, so is mostly full of poles and lights, I guess, which, there you go, bad planning, bad counting from me. Still more for us to scoop up. We should keep doing that. Bots are better at taking empty buildings. I'm not happy about me running in circles, so you know. Okay. Do have to consider when this cell's finished, we're going to plug the copper that we've got into it. The outputs then need to go and run over to the west, because they're taking the copper from here, feeding it in at the start here. We're going to only have one cell of copper here. Although that's not staying as copper, I don't think. Guess I would plan for this one to be iron and the next one to be copper. Then steel, then stone. Everything just may come to a halt for a while. We need to clear out some rubbish here. Let's do it. Old inserters, a whole bunch of these poles. We've got plenty in the north. Some lights, these random ores. Steel furnaces we don't really need to keep, I don't think. So we at some point change our mind. Is that tidied up? I can change my tool belt as well, because we're just going to use the higher level stuff going forward. Even if that is overkill in some places. It's better. Almost all cleared out. Let's get another box of junk to sort out. What else do we want to do? We want to clear the rest of this old offshoot of stone out of the way. This copper line is going to, backing up, but whatever. Leave that as tidy as we can, even though we don't really care about it. This poor robot recharged. This one. Okay, is that all? Yep. It's just going to finish off that stone line to keep the rail production moving. Tidy up, is that? Yeah, that is done, so that's all not needed. Fine, let's get rid of that. I suppose this line of steel is going to get in the way here at the end as well. I'm sending that under earlier, I guess. Leave us with a whole bunch of steel we don't want in our back pockets. A few bits of... I guess it didn't use the same number of belt pieces moving it, so we've run out. There we go. We'll put the steel in the outputs here. No, they're all full. Our ones at the top aren't. We can do that. There's a bit of inventory space up. Oh, putting them in the wrong... That's going to have made more of a mess. Putting them in the wrong half of this cell. That made a big mess. Never mind. So if we pull that up, they should be on the steel side, not the iron side. Oops. That'll do. Throw the extra iron I've picked up in here as well. Some inventory space there. Okay, so this space is now all empty and there's nothing in the ways. We can, other than the cross belts that we're going to deal with in a minute. 2 rows we're skipping there, we need to come back and put in. Upgrade small poles, we need to take those out of the way. There. And then yeah, so here at the top end we don't need the feeding lines to go all the way. But the output lines do need to. And ultimately they'll then go underground next, but we'll tidy up what's just north of the road before we actually go ahead with that. Robots are busy. Wonder if I should have built some more before we got started. Not sure how many we can handle, but we're using all 50 of the ones we got. Starting to run low on the blue belt. One thing I want to do while it's on my mind is get that bit of landfill and go fill that hole in. Okay, bots are not moving and we've got no errors, so that should mean they've placed everything. Let's come over and grab a piece of landfill. Do just one, but I can't really tell, can I? That still looks like water, so we may have missed a couple of spots over there as well. Let's just do a landfill run with 100 pieces. And then we'll deal with these belts that are running through the middle and how we're going to sort them out. Get iron plugged into this new cell and then see what we do from there. Okay, yes, there are small spots there. Can't zoom out too far or my eyes can't see the holes. That's the one I saw earlier. I think that's it. Looks fine. The map isn't showing any more water sections. Fine. We can spare the spot. I might leave that landfill on me just in case we spot any later. Okay. So if we're going to yeah, let's cut this off. it's only feeding the steel, so we're now, when those empty, we'll have no more steel coming in. We're not using that much of it, so should have plenty of time to make what we need with what's in the smelters at the moment. To grab more blue belt. Yeah, okay. I don't think we actually want more stone brick. Where are we using it? We're using it to make concrete, which is not moving at the moment, but would be moving in general. Why don't we cut that off as well? And concrete's not a priority. Cut that off like that. Cut this off properly. Start getting these belts out of the way. And the small poles, which don't work. Hole is a bigger issue because that's going all the way over. For the iron at the end and the other copper and the stuff like that, which we are using at quite a pace. When we could use the coal that's coming off the train to do it. Divert a line, I guess, and refeed them. Not certain about that. How far can we send a blue underground? Need quite a few. Why don't we? I'm going to cut it for now, and then we'll try and reconnect it using some undergrounds. Somehow, at some point. Hopper. The same. But let's we're cutting it for now. I'm going to try and reconnect it after I've just filled in these 2 rows. Consumption is not balanced. We're losing one end of the stone is moving and the other side isn't. I just get that moving like that, forcing it to the other side. So we can clear this belt out without my inventory filling with stone again. Gradually. I guess it's not. Unless I go and take this concrete, it's not going to move, is it? Oh no, they are working. Okay, there's still space for more concrete in that box. It's just it's a slow recipe. Fine. We're not. Yeah, that box is full, so we're not using any more up there to make the electric furnaces. So, in fact, that box has probably got enough that we could stop making electric furnaces. I think. Let's cut these out. That box is full around now. Good. That's going to be enough for a long time. Which does mean, nothing's really moving that fast, I guess. We're not Might not need to worry about reconnecting, we could have enough of everything. Just the copper's my main thought. Okay, that's all out the way, we can place those in. And that's one whole cell. Good. So yes, let's see, how can I be in line with the poles is it's not great. But let's do it just to keep things moving. Copper as well, I would like to. I think. Do the same in line with the pole, because that's the only way to not interfere with the rest of the stuff here. Which is this is the copper line. Just going to reconnect this end, yep. Okay, so they can keep running while I do the next one. Oh, which... this is going to get in the way on the next one anyway. Oh well. Whatever, they can keep running for a while now. Let's dump a bunch of stone out of the inventory. Old bits of logistical equipment into the random boxes and then restock on the bits and pieces, I guess, to do the next cell. Probably, yeah. Don't need to connect the iron up yet because it's still running. That one on the end's going to get taken away. Small poles as well, and yeah, some grills I've hoovered up. Looks fine. So we've definitely got enough poles and lights, that's for sure. We'll need to pick up more furnaces. Inserters is probably okay. Belts is good, but probably not enough for the whole run, so belts, some undergrounds would be good. Let's grab the furnaces we need. A stack of undergrounds. Grab all the belts we've got. Not sure it is enough. Why don't I... have the undergrounds a little earlier, might speed up the belt production. One bit about short from doing that. Let's actually using these ones at the end, are we? So let's do that. Just made much of a difference, but there we go. In fact, do we need to make that gear belt in red? Perhaps. Not got red, so let's use blue. See, might help speed things up a tiny bit, possibly, or possibly not. Looks like some improvement, really. Yeah, okay. Junk in the inventory, but never mind. We've got some space. Splitters, I don't think we really used any, but we'll grab a odd few more. Which only really leaves the concrete, which I'm going to leave till later. We've got everything else there, yeah, okay. Start with the other one, start at the end and work our way back towards the base. Mix the rest of the grid out here as well. Next inputs, which will be copper, will come in here. Copy is what I want, really. Then to copy that. Then that. Join them up. Good, so that's the in feed. Let's fill in the rest of these power poles. Some lighting as well. Can we just keep going with what we've done the whole way up? Looks like it should be fine. Good. So that's, yeah, the in feed. Last few lights was just out of range. Let's get them done. Good. And then we can take the blueprint from the book. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just the end where those bits are not required as well. It's fine. Keep going. That road needs pulling out of the way, and then all of the other junk will need pulling out of the way. Yeah, we're not going to have enough belt in our backpack to get that done. We'll do what we can. To see, like I say, the robots don't work particularly methodically, so sometimes they've missed something and I can't quite see it. It's still in a ghost form. No big deal. I guess we find out later when it doesn't work. So we've run out of belt. Yeah, that's fine. Let's start deconstructing stuff here. So this steel cell, I don't want to have to deal with my inventory here as well. Disable this. The iron ore's not coming in anyway, so that's fine. Just need to increase the usage of this steel over the other one. We're not doing whatever that combinator was doing anymore. It's fine. We want to prioritize input right. Whatever that's feeding isn't actually using it, so never mind. Using much steel at all. A little bit for the concrete. Everything else has stopped. Okay. So I guess we're just going to have to clear it out and put the materials somewhere. Stick some boxes up the top here and let's get it done. What's the best way? Go with some inserters. Go grab whatever blue belt we've got in that chest. We've got some. Yeah, we've got some yellow belt in our inventory anyway, so we can. That's fine. Or not. All of these out of the way as well. We can reconnect to those two steel lines if we need to. These are all copper lines, I guess, that we're running under here. Don't actually want to feed that steel line into those boxes yet. So we're just trying to clear this cell out of stuff so that we can deconstruct it. Shouldn't disconnect the power completely yet. Okay, so we're starting to run out of iron at the top end. We are going to have some coal that we need to clear out of inventory at the end, but that's fine. Still smelting here. Take the power at the bottom, then I can start deconstructing from the top. Would be best. Let's take it down to wherever the inserters are still moving. Assume if they're not moving, then they're done. No power? Oh, I've gone too far again. Oh well. It's a lot of coal. Did all out of the inventory. Next time we might just destroy it, because not like we're short of coal. Almost halfway destroyed. That's the iron side done, cleared out. Most of the steel should already be done at this point. Done with the actual smelting of it, I mean. Good. Let these last few bits get smelted up and then we'll let the robots go to work. Gonna need somewhere to just stick junk and get rid of it. Yeah, that'll do, okay. Hole in there, we'll put in the old furnaces, random culminator. We don't need the yellow belt, we've got loads of it. Need those. Don't really need the red stuff either, do we? Don't think so. The bots out with the amount of coal they've got to pick up. That's fine. We'll clean all that out. That's a good start for letting us have some room to play with in the inventory. Okay, let's do the let's just cut these lines off. And what is the worst case is that will mean not having enough belts to finish the job. I guess. We do have more junk we could have cleared out there. Let's sit around waiting for the sake of a bit of ore. Clear all that out of the way. This flooring as well. That box down to start with. Something I can dig flooring up with. No. Button that this lets you dig up floor randomly. Do I need to go and grab a bit of stone to do it with? I can tell them to do it. If I could. Okay. A few more bits in this one. We're going to need another chest of destroying things. Spring. Doing that, why don't we to clear out more? Let's do so. That's going to be one, and this is going to be one, and then the rest is coming out completely, so we'll deal with that later. Got bricks now, so I can also manually dig them up. Didn't put that together until just then. Good. Let's throw them into this box. What else there? Doesn't look like it. Fine, destroy these boxes. Should be all clear to finish off this cell of blueprints. And at the end, it's the input ones. Don't need to go all the way down. Good. Let's do some more. Leave the robots to do the inserters so I don't accidentally put them the wrong way around. They'll definitely get it right. Can do belts, they're easy. Except we've just run out of belts. Mind. The bots fill in all the other stuff that we've got, and then we'll come back with more belt. Got enough, I mean we grabbed some quite recently, so... Will be fine. We'll just have to wait a while for them to make some more. Need a whole bunch more to to hook everything up to the top end as well. Current ore sources are nowhere near big enough to feed even one blue line, so while it's fine to hook them up for temporarily to keep us moving with belt production and whatever else we might need for the rail, we are going to need a train station with significant inputs. May need to do some maths and or research on how to make that happen. Well, the belts is quite a lot. Could do a bunch. Try and get them to not leave any gaps. Start at the far end. We should go warning, you know, if we walk nearby to a ghost that hasn't been filled in, and don't know. We just need to do a run around when we think we're finished and see what the bots do, in case we have missed anything. Doesn't look like that is enough belt. That'd be a close one, but I think we're going to end up short. It'll be interesting watching the power supply when we actually get these things smelting. They are going to use a lot. That's even without the speed modules put in yet. Use even more when they're in. Okay, run out of belt. Okay. Fine. But it's not moving. Why is it not moving? It's not getting lubricant. Why is it not getting lubricant? That's an interesting one. Tank's empty. Very interesting. We're just pumping it the whole way, I think. It's not coming on the train, so it's down there. A little bit just shot past. Not disconnected anything from down there, I don't think. I guess we're not using as much petrol as we were before, so have we got like a backlog problem? There's no lubricant down here, or is it just the amount of belt we're making has cleared through a lot of lubricant, I guess. So what we want to do is to make sure that oil goes to the lubricant before going to the cracking. That's going to be a circuitry kind of thing. And I think we need a pump to make it happen. I didn't bring any with me, but I can steal one from... This one's quite inconsequential. So we want to... Oh, we only need 2 pumps, I guess, so that we can prioritise which one pumps. Like, only... A bit complicated. I just want to take that out and then go... pump if the storage reaches a certain level. Because that storage will only increase if the lubricant is happy, so why don't we say Gonna need a arithmetic. The storage is over 50,000. Then you can pump. The pump is on enable disable, and if it receives green light greater than 0, it will pump, it will enable. Arithmetic is going to output green light if it finds heavy oil greater than... it's only looking at one tank. Let's say greater than 10,000. If that tank goes above 10,000, it will allow pumping, otherwise it's disabled. That's fine. Still doesn't look like we're getting a huge amount of oil coming in the first place, and that is due to petrol backing up. It's wasteful, but I think the best thing to do is just to empty these tanks and get it flowing again. Oh, we've still got a whole thing to deconstruct here. Forgot about that completely. We clear out all 200,000 petrol and things will just get moving again. Let's just dismantle all this while we're here, I guess. Keep those beacons safe from the other stuff we might destroy. We've got a bunch of solid fuel coming out of this that we're deconstructing. Can we... I don't think we can do anything particularly constructive with that. Here. I don't want to just throw it into a train, but there's actually quite a lot of it, so why don't we see if we can find a tree on the way back and then destroy a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, so now heavy oil is starting to flow again. Just for the sake of checking, I'm going to drop this to 1,000 to make sure it works. Doesn't look like it. The lubricant is being produced at full speed, that it can be done, and we can throw some speed modules in there to make more. So input signal is 1,600 heavy oil, output signal is green. 6 greens, don't know why. This is the wrong way round. The signal is greater than 1. Is fine. So yeah, let's put that back up to 10,000 to make sure. I mean, actually 1,000 isn't a bad number for it. Only that I think a bigger number will make us hold more heavy oil, which prevents the issue from recurring when the petrol backlogs for a bit longer. Neither here nor there really, but I'll leave it at 10,000, whatever, that's fine. So yeah, we're now making the lubricant at the maximum speed again. It's not particularly fast from the looks of it, but we are consuming a lot more of it than we planned to originally, I guess. Might need to change that ratio in the future. Will need to change that ratio in the future to less cracking, more lubricant. Okay, have we got some more belts being made now that we can use? Just a few. Empty warnings there. We're going to make 24 belts so far. Why don't we get started on clearing out the next cell? We can tidy this up and use a few. There'll be some spare. mostly empty, don't mind then. Just needed the one there, so let's put another one here. Get this all cleared out as well. Something, get it cleared, get it moving. Look for the extra belt to be made that we need. It's a full box of steel there in case we need it. The iron input stopped a while ago, so that's almost cleared out already. Good. Watch a coal to clear out again. Didn't check for a tree, did I? Can make a bunch of wooden boxes that we can fill with coal to destroy it. Get a flow of lubricant through here. It's moving. We could run back down there and increase the volume of it coming through, but this whole thing is a temporary mess. It's kind of like whatever. So that looks like the whole iron side of this cell is finished. So soundtrack is putting me to sleep a bit. What's probably the next playlist lined up? If that switches my brain on a bit more. These crates put out so we can start filling with whatever junk we got. Yeah, keep those beacons safe, they're quite expensive. Belts and stuff can go. Inserters, the belts together. Not the most thrilling of stages in the Factorio journey. Not a huge amount going on today, but it's nice to be working towards the next stages in the plan. Like the look of the new blue super fast smelting sections, so looking forward to getting them switched on. bit premature on that one. It wasn't quite empty before I told them they could take it. A lot of coal building up. These aren't actually smelting, they're just emptying out steel that I think I must have shoved in there earlier, so let's do that manually. Okay, that's fine. Let's take out all of the power now as well. Looks fine. It'd be nice if that next cell over the stone one would clear itself out quickly as well, but it looks like it's not really moving fast at all. It's only really being taken for, yeah, concrete chest is full, so that won't be moving. Might go grab all that and place a whole bunch of it down now to get that moving again before we carry on. Just a couple of buildings to take down here. We're good, okay. Any other junk we got here? Yep. That will do it for now. Let's destroy all this lot. Now let's go grab a bunch of concrete. Clear this up as well. Try not to leave too much of a mess around the place. Actually, if we're taking the concrete, let's unload this chest onto a belt that's feeding it. But that can keep moving for as long as there's the backlog of steel from that chest. It's going to make a mess because I'm trying to pick up stone as I put down concrete, so let's place that storage tank so we have one empty space. And then we'll come back down here with a brick at the end and sort it out. Oh, I actually made it to the top end. Good, good. Good covering of concrete now then. Loads, okay. Just keep filling in all the cell edges then for now, till it all runs out. Don't need too far. Let's line this one up. Actually, they should go back again, shouldn't they? Let's line that up down this end. Have a second walkway across the top. Here. Good. Slipped over too far. Keep our grid nice and square. Random tree. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's that lined out. We've got one more cell that will go in, so let's do that too. Can line it up right. Further maybe. Try enough to do the whole lot, so let's do this top half and then replace bricks after if we've got any concrete left over. Think of letting the robots do it. I think I want the robots to do replacing that. I have to pick up the brick, bring it to me, and then go and put it down. It's quicker for me to do it, I think. Or it is quicker for me to do it. It's also easier, I think. Almost finished that the whole outline of the new layout. Not quite, but close. Let's destroy all that brick. And see how many belts we've got ready to go. Those ones. 264, not a lot. Let's take another 3 stacks of electric furnaces to work with on the next set. On the next cell. So sure, I've got enough poles, got enough lights. Probably need some more inserters. Let's go down and do that. Looks like we've filled in this cell, so that's cell number 2 done. Halfway there. Those on the way past, another few, a couple hundred inserters. Back to the top and line up the next lot of stuff. Poppy. Might as well do the whole lot here, so this power lighting. Got to remove those markers first. Yeah, being all of that there and also there. Then so down here as well, it's a straight section there and there. Then that's a straight section. And we need the ones with the corners. Like that one. So that goes there and top of this one. Then I need to copy this bit that's going north-south. Make sure I line it up right. I think I got that right. And then we're just like connecting them with straight lines. So. We've of course run out of belts already. It's fine. We knew we would need a lot of them. That's good. That's everything planned out for the actual connecting the raw resources into the cells. Let's start placing the plans down here so it's these ones that need the underground's connecting, and then these ones Gonna have a few of the belts cut short. Do that same back one here as well. Grounds to do that, which is nice. Okay, now we just copy them in, I guess. Take one giant copy paste of the whole cell. I'm sure this is fine. Could do this from the map as well. I'm not sure about our radar coverage over here. Clear some of this away. Still not really moving very fast at all. I think there's anything we can really do about it. It's moving at the pace it's moving. Do the same kind of thing we've done with the others and pull it all off into a chest here. I guess. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do. Get it moving so it's moving. As much as we can without filling our inventory with coal and stone again. Is that a few more rows of the blueprint now? How many belts we're short of? Got here and do as much as we can. And my bots around too far, need to let them recharge. Slow one there still. Do a bunch of constructing of whatever we can do. Poles and lights and stuff will be fine. Sorry. Not expecting to still be coughing today after a whole week of it. That was it, run out of belts already, okay. Down the blueprint a couple of times and fill in what we can and then see what belts we've got by the end. Tear down the rest of this last cell on the left and then gradually overhaul all of this before looking at how we're going to connect everything in at the top end and get the stuff flowing again. Probably temporarily send a red belt out of all of the starting zones, maybe, to get them moving. Don't know. It's kind of the optimal spot to put some of the rail stuff. We need to go take those cliffs out for sure, and that forest. And yeah, design a rail station that's going to have the necessary throughput. I don't know, it's a bit complicated actually thinking about it. We need the unloading to fully saturate a blue belt. Which is, I mean, whatever we've put here is 32 or 36 inserters. And if you use stack inserters, you can do less, I guess. Fewer. I don't know. May require a Google. We need to grab more furnaces because I didn't bring enough for both cells. We have definitely overproduced them, but that's fine. Later on we can feed them into science production again to use them all up. So yeah, grab those 170 belts, it'll do a few more. Waiting for things to move, it's not a bad idea to take another break of to refill and everything. Let's let them place all these out. Let them do the furnaces as well. Can't quite cover both cells with my robots at the same time, so. I think we've finished that one. Oh, robots have all fallen asleep again. I'm moving too fast for them. 360 warnings at the moment, so that's, and growing. It's a hint as to how much belt we're going to need. Closer to 400. With the furnaces. Good. Okay, yeah, let's get these bots back in their homes. Yeah, I think while we're waiting for this to pump out a few more, it is a lubricant that's holding them back. We could do something about that. But yeah, we'll let it chew out a few more while I just take another brief 3-minute break. As ever, like I always say, if you've been sat staring as long as I have, then good idea for you to take a break too and stretch your legs, keep them moving. So yeah, a couple of minutes we'll come back, we'll pick up whatever belts we got available, we'll fill them in to that cell, and then we'll deconstruct the rest of this stuff, I think, get that out of the way, and perhaps the unnecessary one next to it. We'll carry on with the teardown process. So yeah, just 2-3 minutes, I'll be back. Hope to see you then. And I'm back once again. Let us carry on. 300 and a bit, that's some belt. It's going to go some distance, good. Don't think it'll finish off everything, but make some headway. And we've smelted through a lot more of that stone as well, that's good, so that'll be a bit easier to tidy up now, which is great. Lots of charging, more than they're placing from the looks of it. Good. There we go, that's all that belt put out. What was that? Maybe a third of a cell was 300, so you need maybe 1,000 for each cell, perhaps? Don't know for sure. Those are old power poles as well. I'll clear all of that lot out. Ones at the end are still moving, so we'll let them carry on, but start deconstructing everything else. Not any wood, like iron chest to put all this junk coal in, and some stone, okay. These old furnaces as well. It's going to destroy them all, we've got no use for them in the future, I don't think. So yeah, they're finished now for good, okay. So that does mean we can demolish everything. Also means our concrete production is going to stop if we don't do something. We can turn that. Okay, we can just empty that bunch we pulled out, put it in, so that keeps moving. Same as we did with the steel, I guess. It's fine. Few last bits to clear out, and that's, yeah, that is the 4th cell, so I think that is the last one until we, if I keep playing Factorio on this build beyond the current objectives, then we may need to rebuild the entire thing a further time at some point in the future to fit more in, but we're going to build a base based off these 4 cells for now. I've also run out of inserters, I didn't notice that. Okay, I'm going to need to go grab more of them. Let's place the blueprints out and then grab the extra inserters. And whatever other belts have been made in the meantime. Something, this copper is missing, of course it is, because we've actually stopped. So yeah, just wondering why that belt was empty. I mean, that's probably enough fast inserters to last a long time. Let's stop making more of those, at least for now. That's probably going to last us a very, very long time. Okay. Stop making the splitters as well. We've got plenty of those for now. I imagine us needing quite a lot of splitters and undergrounds for the for whatever we do as a train station one. Need to like balance stuff and everything. Oh yeah, so everything has kind of stopped. The belts, which is what we need more of, don't require copper, I don't think. And iron's still flying because it's being fed by a different spot that we had just at the end here. So the belts should carry on being made as long as they're getting iron and lubricant. It's just the splitters that will stop because they're not. They need circuits. Is that right? Yeah, just iron and gear wheel, more gear wheel, more gear wheel. Yeah. So we should be fine. We're still supplying the iron, so we should be fine. As we are. Belt again, okay. Let's go put the inserters out though. Any that were missing, and okay, for poles, lights, furnaces, that's all good. Oh, up nice and slowly. That could be it. Good. Now, a few inserters this side, perhaps. Let's head back down this edge. Oh yeah, quite a few. Okay, good. Okay, just gotta, not lose our bots on our way back. Good. Okay, so just belt to do. Let us clear out this unused copper cell that's now going to not be required. Just be careful not to take out the lubricant pipes while I do this. Okay. Slot can't go. That power pole is needed for the pump for the lubricant, but these can go. That line of copper ore goes into of iron ore goes into cement. So all that tagged, I think. Let's dig up this road. Good progress, nice to see. That one needs to stay for that pump as well, okay. This line was coal, I guess that can come out. Fill up on coal again, but we can destroy that after. Now that whole chest of red, over 1,000 red belts that we didn't end up using before, needing blue. Might just go destroy all those as well. Very wasteful person, I guess. lay out the blueprints on this one as they're not needed. Go disassemble the iron one that's currently running in the east. Connect the iron up to the new smelting grid instead. So that one taken apart, let's destroy all the junk we've got in inventory. We need 2 chests. Keep long-handed instead of actually thinking about it there. Still frequently used. There's a pipe we can keep, bricks we can get rid of. So good, let's destroy them. Good, that's that lot sorted out. I'm going to go grab the cliff explosives and start clearing that space out to the east, where we're going to want rail network instead of forest and cliffs, I guess. I'm going to throw another few belts out on our way to do that as well. Where will I find my cliff explosives? Should be over here, shouldn't they? In the chest by the solar panels. Drills running out on the iron here. Explosives. There we go. I've got 13 of them. That is not going to be enough. Okay, we're going to have to set up some cliff explosive production to be able to proceed over here. Shouldn't be too bad. Can't remember exactly what you need, but it's like grenades, steel barrels, and explosives, which are made sulfur and coal. We've got all that kind of stuff in the west. Let me just pick up the unprocessed explosives we got there. Take those over to put into the chain when we set it up. We've got chemical plants, we've got assembling machines, so that's all fine. Now let's just head past the blueprints that are waiting for some belts. Get them put in. I could do with some more undergrounds, okay. Didn't quite place them all out before when I thought I had. There's a few ghosts in the middle still, so okay, so we need to bring some undergrounds up to this end again at some point in the future. One again, okay. The robots get into bed and then we'll need more belt before we can do more. Okay, let's head over this way. Here's where we're making grenades, so let's add the other bits and pieces here. The machine, this can make barrels. Not quite quite the distance I wanted. Won't it? We'll make barrels from that steel that's just there anyway. And then it's the actual cliff explosive. Can we? I'll do this a bit differently actually. To remove this grenade machine and put the cliff explosive one here at the end. No, barrel one there, and the cliff explosive one over here. Don't want to stock up on too many of them, but we will want them. Beyond what we're doing now, we will want more. I just want to turn these around. Yeah. Then feed them into here as well. And then we just need the actual explosives. Which are chemical plant. Yeah, coal, sulfur and water. There's the coal. Sulfur's a long way away. We either have to belt the sulfur or we belt the explosives, I guess. I'm going to put that sulfur. I'm going to make this belt of coal into a shared sulfur coal belt. What are my robots up to? Oh, I've marked for deletion some stuff down here. Okay. We started flying away, I didn't know why. Okay, so don't want to make it shared until after it splits for the plastic, I guess. We split here. No, yes, maybe, not sure. I need a bunch of yellow belt to do all this on. Well, that'll just be a bunch of red. Why don't we use that? Not sure I picked up many red splitters. Could do with some more, just in case. That'll probably do us for a bit. Let my robots come back in. Okay, so I'm going to split it. Back one, yeah. Kind of want to move. That one doesn't need to go under. That needs to go. And this needs to go like that. To give the shared belt, but this is not terribly important, but like so. So we've got one solid belt of copper of coal coming in for plastic, not that we're using plastic for anything, and a shared coal and sulfur, which is going to come over and be used to make both grenades and explosives. We just need to flush this line through. Till the sulfur starts actually reaching the end. Water. Be nice to have a pump to get that over there. Don't. What am I sending that sulfuric acid for? Don't think we need that over here anymore. Oh, I've lost her. That is for blue chips, which we may require over there. I'm not going to touch that. This sulfuric acid isn't going anywhere, but there's no pumps that I can steal here. I think I just steal that pump, hoping that it's unnecessary. All this sulfur out of my inventory. Okay, so that's going this way. What are going that way? I just want to put a pump on the end of here, but not immediately though. I don't want to take the feed away from the concrete. Not sure it would be particularly damaging, but just to be a bit safer, I'm going to put it one step away. Get it over this way. And up here. Hopefully it makes it. It does. So I just need to flush that last bit of the line. We'll be making explosives. They need to go, I guess, out the back. And then up to here maybe. Doesn't quite make it. Okay, so put the grenades one higher and the explosives one lower. And that will all line up nicely. And we'll be making cliff explosives gradually. The ratio on it, is it 10 explosives to 1 cliff over 8 seconds, 2 explosives every 4 seconds. So if we want 10 every 8, we need, if we want to get 10 explosives every 8 seconds and we're getting 1 every 2, then we need 2 and a bit. Let's make 2. Because it's closer. Okay, that's fine. So that's operating successfully. Don't want to take any of that apart yet because it's feeding our belt production. So why don't we grab the belts we've got available to us, go fill those in a bit. Ooh, 600, that's going to fill in quite a lot more. Then I'm not sure, yeah, go and plan out what this train station's going to look like. I guess it's the next big project once these smelting cells are finished, so yeah, going to need at least 4 stops, 1 for each material. No, 3 stops, there's only 3 materials. We need, or may need, coal for manufacturing things. We don't need it for smelting, so it can be delivered at a different location. We just need iron, copper, stone. 3 actual unloading points. Well, yeah, if we're feeding 2 cells of iron, I would probably like to unload them separately, rather than unloading and splitting. So we'll have 4 unloading points, 1 which is iron for iron and 1 which is iron for steel. We also need to think about how I'm going to flip the how we're going to feed the steel smelters with iron. Just laid it out like the normal one, we didn't do anything different, so okay, we need to consider that. Run out of belt again, okay. So one of these, probably the one on the end, is going to be a little different. Going to need as much belt again to get the iron back to the top end. Unless we do some kind of direct fill from outside to inside. 1-to-1. I think we can do that. Yeah, I think we can do that. That's a need. We're gonna have half as much steel as everything else if we do that, which probably okay. Could add another whole other cell that we feed the iron into. Sure. Didn't really plan for that. Should have done. Either way, however we do that, we're going to need 4 unloading points on the rail network. So each of them is going to need to be fed by multiple, I assume they're going to need to be fed by multiple mining locations. It might not be the case. If everything flows evenly, then the speed at which it's pulled out of the ground is the speed that it comes off the train. It can't come off the train faster than it comes out of the ground, unless there's a backlog of resources. So we know that 1 patch is not sufficient. It's going to take multiple patches to feed in. I mean, that was just for red belt. 1 patch wasn't really enough for red belt, so we're going to feed like 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe copper sources in. Do we have a station for every source or a holding point? Bigger train is also one way of doing it. A train that stops at multiple mining stations. Stops at multiple mining stations and transits fast enough to keep it flowing. The simplest thing to avoid traffic problems on the rail is to have 1 train in motion, 1 at the source and 1 at the destination. When the train in motion reaches the destination, the one at the destination becomes in motion, and so on. You can usually avoid problems by having 2 in motion, 1 towards the destination and 1 towards the source. I prefer that to 3 vehicles, or if we've got 1 delivery point and 3 source points, then you'll have 3 at the source points, 1 at the destination and 2 in waiting. Don't know. Perhaps you have 1 train per source point, and they're not allowed to leave unless they can make it to the destination. If the distance of travel isn't very far, then that's fine. But I'm not sure you can have that kind of functionality in vanilla. Tell them not to leave until their destination is clear. Don't think so. Unless you somehow use signals to prevent them, which I'd rather not. Yeah, different options. I'm not sure what's best. What's going to work best on our world, I don't know. I don't think I want to have multiple unloading stations for each material. So we'll have to perhaps have holding points, waiting stations, or passing points, however they're designed. It's 20 per stack here, we'll leave it at 100, that's fine. Consider, we may have to build a few things out. I don't want to build too much of a rail network only to discover I hate it. What we've got in the pre-existing, the little one we put into place just to get things moving early in the game, is 2 trains in constant motion, 1 unloading point, 1 holding point, 1 source. So it's really not anywhere near the level of complexity that we need to get enough raw materials to fuel these smelting cells, I think. I don't want to build too few holding points that we end up with trains on a rail blocking other trains. That's the specific problem we're trying to avoid. Make sure the transit rails are always clear. The only way to really know ahead of time whether we got enough is to know exactly how many trains we're going to have in total at the end, which would mean knowing how many mining outposts we're going to need to fully saturate 4 blue belts. And then working out whether we have 1 or 2 or 3 trains per outpost is we just have enough holding points at the station for all of them, I guess. Got plenty of train networks in my history of playing Factorio, but never one that didn't have problems. So we do simplify it. It is, even if you have 1 train per outpost, you still need them all to be able to come to the unloading at the same time, I think, in vanilla. So we need to know how many outposts we're going to have for each material. Okay, that's fine. To me, see that as being however many mining drills it takes to fully saturate 4 blue belts is the number you need. And then however many of those you fit on the core of a patch of ores is therefore how many patches of ore we need to extract from. I know that number changes if we do more of the mining productivity research. We'll need fewer. Only really, I guess, base it on what we have at the moment and work from there. Missing a few lights down here, I guess. Robots are just randomly flying out to fill them in. Oops. I'm going to need to clear a lot of space out down here. I'm imagining us needing a couple of dozen holding points for trains. Might have... I think my favourite concept for the network is to have a train that's at the destination, a train that's at the source, and they sit there until the trains in motion come to them. And there's one that's always in motion towards the source and one that's always in motion towards the destination. Means we need a holding space at every mining outpost so that the train in motion towards the outpost can come off the tracks and out of the way while the other one gets moving. Then one holding space per unloading station at the unloading end. If we've got 4 unloading stations, we'll have 4 holding spots, one for each of them. Can't envision a problem with that. Oh, the problem is multiple source stations. We need... Yeah, no, that whole concept doesn't work because you'd need a station per outpost. A station at the unloading per outpost you've got. Which I don't want to do. Really don't want to do. So that's not an option. So I'm not sure how necessary that many trains are going to be. If you're going a short distance and you've got even one cargo carriage, you take a lot of material. Be unnecessary. Excuse me, is building it all and then discovering what is necessary rather than knowing in advance what's necessary. Build big trains, we need less of them, that's just a fact. Probably still want more than one per outpost. That's how quickly they're loaded. They're loaded quite quick. Our outpost could be okay. Issue is we're only unloading one at a time, so however long it takes to fully unload. If you can fully unload a vehicle in a minute, then you don't need the next one to arrive until a minute later. If it can do a round trip and get fully loaded in 1 minute, that will be fine. And then if you've got an additional outpost, then it's it's 2 minutes, I guess, to get loaded and make the trip. So we've got, the fewer trains we need in motion at any given time. More outposts, bigger trains, fewer holding points. Okay. Faster trains as well would contribute towards that. So I'm thinking 4 cargo carriages. 4, 5, 6 outposts, perhaps. 1 unloading point, and therefore, if you've got 6 outposts, for example, 1 unloading point and 5 holding points. Is a lot. There's infinite space. It's not like it's too many or anything like that. It's just got to organise that. 4 unloading stations with 5 waiting points each is 20 waiting points. Train that's 6 units long. Could be that the trains aren't actually in motion for that long. I mean, we're going to have, those belts are going to go up and over, and then we're going to have an unloading point like here, and then 5 waiting points, and then one of those trains is just going to that copper point right there and coming back. Yeah. The other ones have got further to go, okay, but yeah, not sure. That's all. Yeah, I'm making an assumption that I can fully saturate a blue belt. Fully saturate 4 blue belts from 4 cargo containers. Is that even possible? What's the number? We've got the number here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. It's 36. Putting one on every 1.2 seconds. That's not the easiest way to work that out, is it? 45 items a second is the number. We want to fully saturate a blue belt, we need to load 45 items per second onto it. What is a stack inserter doing? 5 items, but in what time frame? Someone must have done this maths already. There must be some website out there that tells you how to make a train station that fully saturates 4 blue belts. So if we need more than 4 cargo wagons in order to do so, then we need to plan around that. I'd rather have, would I rather have longer train or 2 trains in order to saturate the belt? Rather have longer train, I think. if we have to. Almost filled all this in, not far off now. That's all the belt we've got on hand now. Yeah, just that patch at the back really there to fill in, so it's not much left to go. Bit of missing radar coverage is annoying, so just gonna put a random one down so I've got coverage everywhere. Okay. Let's grab the rest of them. 26, that's not going to get us very far. It's the lubricant problem still. I might head down there now and see if we can do something about it. As we're gonna need even more blue belts for connecting all this stuff up, and then beyond that, it would be nice to have some ready to use for the new actual production side of things. Heavy oil input is not good enough. Heavy oil is empty, even though it's not going anywhere. Cannot have produced. Yeah. 200,000 petrol already. We only made like 1,000 belts before that filled back up. Fine. Okay, the only way to make more lubricant is to add another machine. With the system freed up, we should get enough oil to do it with. You can set that number even higher so that it doesn't crack any extra. That's not right. It's getting a signal of if the amount of oil is more than 20,000. No, more than 20,000. Give me a green signal. The amount of oil is 200 and it's giving me a green signal, which is unlocking the pump. That's not right. Oh. That should not be an arithmetic combinator, it should be a decider combinator. That'd be what the issue was. Okay, so that is still set to only go if it gets a green signal. This is going to give it a green signal if heavy oil is greater than 20,000. The decider is getting a signal of 300 oil and is not outputting. Good. There we go. Why don't we take our unnecessary arithmetic combinator out back and destroy it. Okay, that's a bit more lubricant then. They'll make us some more belts. Coal supply to that iron has now dried up completely, so the belt production will stop when that stops. We need to get iron connected. Don't need to. Actually, it's still got this little odd one on the end here as well, which we can plug into things. $168 could be enough to finish off, and then that's something that I don't have to remember about. Clear some headspace to keep processing how we're going to do these trains. Might do a bit more of the concreting as well to be on top of that before my brain melts. That appears to be all of them. I don't see any. They're usually like red dots, I think, if you've got a blueprint that's not been filled in. Shh, there are none there. That's fine. I am going to come grab a bit of concrete to continue with. I'll take it all then, or as much as I can. Anything I can dump out of inventory here. Take those back down later, they can live there for a while. Don't know how the production area is going to be laid out, so I'm not going to take any concrete over to the west anymore until we come to reorganise that later, but this to the east is definitely going to run over and into the solar farm at this point, so we can continue this one. It should line up good. Then we can fill in the solar grid with concrete as well. That is what I want. Might want to come back with some. So we don't have to come back. We can handcraft some hazard concrete. Don't know. Fill in the middle gaps with hazard concrete, maybe. Solar panels are often left on grassland, but maybe under the accumulators we could just do those edges with hazard concrete. Ah, yeah, my bad planning. We'll we need to empty all that stone out so we can concrete over that edge. Not much more, we're not going to get much more done. Let's do this top row as far as we can go with the concrete we got. There we go. Okay. Let's dispose of all this brick that we don't need anymore. Any other rubbish we're holding on to. I'll do for now, that clears enough space. Okay. Let's pick up some rail. And craft a few stops, I guess, signals. Signals are kind of helpful, but stops will be more helpful. Let's take 500 rail to play with. What do I need? I need more steel. Them. 4 stops is what I want. Then yeah, let's make some signals we can play with. We should probably also make a locomotive and some cargo wagons to play with as well. I need more iron. Some engines. And possibly some more steel. Engines are there. Let's make 4 locomotives. Need more steel, okay. And then 8 cargo wagons at least, so more than that if that's at least. 12? No. Yeah, 12 will do it. Sort of iron, okay. That's enough bits and pieces to play with. Okay, so we need to work out what we're doing with this coal and copper. Probably just going to build over the top of it. My instinct on that. So this is going to be the bottom of the solar farm. It's going to extend north and to the east, but around that copper. That is the hard bottom. So I'm going to build a road across there. So yeah, I think they don't add much value by being there. We can feed that in, but it's not consistent, I guess, is my feeling on it. So I'd rather tear that down and build over the top of it. Not tearing it down now, I guess. I should do, it's not connected to anything. So let's. It would be nice to actually mine up all of the resources there and clear it out rather than literally building on top of it, but I am on, yeah, easy mode, so 1.6 million left. Okay. That line there to there. Copper wall that we need to go through somewhere. Just into the smelters on the western edge would be nicest. What is this coal connected to? Oh, that's actually connected to the iron that is still smelting. Okay. And these are creating the belts that I kind of want to keep making, so let's take all this copper ore over to the other side, and then I think I tear it all down and just temporarily plug this iron onto this end, this little corner of our new cell, and hook the output up. We just temporarily keep running it through there instead of through anywhere else. Oh, I tore it down. Of course I did. Why didn't I remember that? That being the case, let's take this output and feed this copper into here instead. I also didn't think about, on top of all of the other things I didn't think about, we're all unloading onto one edge of the belt because this is vanilla, so we need to balance the sides of the belt halfway down, at least halfway down. Why don't I do that now, because I'm bound to forget about it later. What was it, 36 in total? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is the halfway point. The outputs need to, yeah, that should balance the sides, I hope. We still need to work out what we're doing with steel. Mustn't figure that out either. It's probably one of the, if I was having mods, I would certainly have a in-game notepad for this long list of things I must not forget. Okay, that's that. So that's they ought to balance properly. If I've worked all the maths out right in the start of the process, which I have, I'm sure. Okay. So let's just tidy this up because I asked them to remove them and then ran away. Grab whatever belts we've got while we're here so we can use them. Do with handcrafting a whole bunch of stack inserters. What do I need for that? Fast inserters we've got. Green chips, red chips. A few more fast inserters and then here's a bunch of green chips and red chips. So the way that we've got one over here, each wagon needs 8 stack inserters, so I'm initially thinking of having 32. It's per side actually, we could unload on the other side. Factor that in. Interesting, okay, so 16, 32, let's make, we'll queue up 62 of them. To play around with. So we need more steel chests as well to play around with. Okay, it might not be enough, whatever. We're just playing around, we don't need to have everything right. Okay, yeah, so let's disconnect this. We're going to stop splitting off there. All this iron over here instead. I don't think there is more than one red belt there, not since things have reduced. that output. With a splitter, I guess. Like that, and that means we won't be feeding the iron into rail production. There's enough in that chest for a long time. We'll worry about that later. It's good. So that should empty itself pretty quickly. We can tidy that up later, but at least we can now immediately cut off this coal supply as well. That's no longer necessary, and then we'll have this space to do our working of the rail stations, stuff like that. Take the actual coal out as well. Make a few boxes to dispose of this coal in. Full of coal. Another junk, I guess. Get rid of those belts. Keep all those other bits and pieces. Done? No, they're done. Okay, let's get the last of it. Now it's obviously a lot less actual iron production than we had before. I think. I don't know, actually 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, it's a lot less, about a third as much, so. Any other random junk we can just clear out of. That'll do. It's fine. See, there's a coal there. Let's just throw them in there to get rid of them for a minute. Okay. I would like to go get some concrete to fill in this road that I have in my mind. Maybe actually there will be best. So let's run over that way and get some concrete. We've got lubricant stored. We're actually making more than we use now. Might just have outpaced the iron. Let's take it all and we can fill in some more of that. Solar farm as well while we're over there. Why not? More dead mines here. It's becoming tapped out pretty quick, which is good. It's the starter one; it can go. But once we've got the rail network hooked up. If you're hearing about iron and concrete, you're thinking to a different game. Really? What game's that? Iron and concrete. These are pretty common in a lot of games. Oh, in Anno. Yeah. Yep. Steel beams and reinforced concrete slabs and all the same stuff. Pretty common. I mean, it's concrete, I guess, is less common, but a lot of games are iron is your core material, I guess. Yeah, concrete not so much, but yeah, Anno. I think I played enough Anno last night to keep me happy for quite a while. A few days, I mean. By quite a while, I mean a few days, and then I'll want to play more, so. Okay, that's that road for my sanity, and then we can fill in some more with the spare concrete we got. About 400 more, we can do a little bit more. Finished 4 hours before watching. No, yeah, I like that actually. I do. A little voice that comes in and says, "Oh, by the way, you've been playing for 4 hours." Yeah, I like that. I often don't do anything about it, but it's at least nice to hear. Piano's great. Easily lose hours and hours in that, just the same as I can lose hours and hours in Factorio. Spy another dead mine there. Let's dispose of all that brick. Okay. Got power poles on this side of the road. I'm going to want them down here as well. Not sure about lighting. Best mirror to the cell there would be to put the lights behind the poles. Might intrude in some places. Not sure about that. It's probably best. Let's do that. On the north-south. I'm not sure what we're going to do on the east-west road. Something's gone wrong there. I think that light wasn't deleted before we started. Yeah. The mirror to that would be to skip a pole and then put one in. Which we can do. Because it depends how that finishes on the other side, because then it's don't skip a pole and put one there. So like that. Then there. It's okay. It's a pattern. Just yeah, kind of. It doesn't end well because that road is going to be there. It would be good if it was there instead. So, not particularly happy with that. Not particularly happy with the lighting in the solar farm either, but perhaps I should do something about that. That spacing's no good. It ends in the wrong place, so we're going to have to do something different there. Something simpler perhaps. What have we done in the solar farm? Can we just copy that pattern instead? Skip a pole and put it on the right. That's actually the right distance, so that wins the prize, I guess. Do yeah. Okay. That's poles and lighting. How? Yeah, I'm happy with that. So this is where we're going to put everything for unloading the trains into smelting. Let's blow these rocks out of the way. Let's mine them because that'll be quicker. Okay. We need a station where they actually do the unloading, and then the belts need, and then inserters into chests, inserters out of chests onto belts, belts get balanced, belts come down here. We've got that over here. Yeah, we'll need to do it both sides of the track, and the idea is one wagon turns into one fully loaded blue belt. So if there are 8 inserters pulling out, yeah, then we just need to, like we got here, that's the sides of the belt that those inserters put stuff onto is going to be of interest. I'm just going to make one, blueprint it, and then we can play with it, I guess. So, make one, I don't know what I mean make one. Make something, blueprint it, and see. Wagon. Why didn't someone shout when I queued up 62 filter inserters when I wanted 62 stack inserters? Oops. Oops. Let's go fix that. Let's hide my shame by destroying the filter inserters I've made. Yeah, so let's grab another stack of fast inserters. Hopefully we've still got enough of a backlog of copper in some places that I can do this. If we got green, nowhere really. Let's grab them out of these machines. A bunch of gear wheels, okay. I've probably got way too many red circuits there. All the gear wheels from over where we're making. Nice. Oh. My brain is starting to fry itself. Clicked too many times. to make 60 something inserters. I need 60 something red, that's fine. Almost 1,000 green, that's a problem. Yeah. Have to keep grabbing what I can where it is. Not here, okay. Just randomly hundreds in one machine, okay. What am I short of that's causing me to not be able to make 60 of them? Gear wheels, I guess, or iron. Slowly building up. I want them faster than that. What can I do? Grab a bunch of raw iron, maybe? They are expensive, okay. Let's just get a dozen to play with. 16 to play with. This out. You can fit 6 on each side, despite what I did over here. Okay. We're going to need to, I'm just going to have to use blue ones to simulate things. I mean, that seems excessive. Yeah, I might be wrong on that, but I don't know. You then want to join them, basically, send them underneath, which you, if you've got all 6 there, you don't really have enough space to do that. Other than behind here and in front of here, so if you've got 4 carriages, you don't really have space to do that. Just send them a long way out and then under. Just don't know is the issue. There is a website that tells you some basic, not basic stuff, but some specific ratios. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. The Factorio cheat sheet. Does this tell me anything about trains? Or train stations, I guess, is the specific thing in my mind. Cargo wagon transfers. So this is if you use... It depends on the level of our upgrade. So we're getting 5 items per swing. And we're moving ores. So it takes 30 seconds to unload on one side. What this is saying. 15 seconds to unload on if you use both sides, which is very quick. A lot quicker than I thought it was to do so. So that's good. Just per wagon, so That's showing. Doesn't particularly matter. We want as many chests as possible, I guess, is my thoughts. Inserter from chest to blue belt. A stack inserter does 13.85 items per second. So it takes, it even says here, 1.6 stack inserters exclusive of swing time to fill half a blue belt. So let's say we include swing time and say it's 2. So it's 4 stack inserters will fill a blue belt. And here we've got 12. So that is more than we need. We're just trying to fill 1 blue belt, and we only need the 4 in total, apparently. Sometimes I prefer working out the maths myself because then I understand why. And now I don't understand why 4 is enough, so I'm very skeptical and don't believe that 4 is enough. You're saying, like, if we just take those, merge everything together. No, you need to merge the sides of the belt first. So I would do it like this. That's the gap you've got. No. Balance 2 into each other, can't you? If I bring some power over, some stuff to play with all this. We have materials in here. Poles, I guess, or no, got some copper. We can use that. If we feed the top one into the bottom one, we get 2 sides of the belt filled. You can't do it immediately because it creates a corner, right? Yeah, and then the bottom one tries to fill on the far side of the corner, which you don't want. So you come away 1, and then top goes into the bottom. And you can't put bottom into top because it's on that edge. That's fine. Then want to merge them together. No, don't want to merge them together. I want to send them under the ground. The other side of the track. Where we are also moving the top into the bottom. There won't necessarily be a power pole right there. And they want to be merged. No pretty. I mean, the bottom one you can do nice and... I have that wrong. On this side of the road, you need to put the bottom into the top. Which means the top one merges nice and pretty and the bottom one doesn't. Just a little wiggly, but that... If the cheat sheet is... I mean, the cheat sheet is correct. If I've understood the cheat sheet correctly, that is going to be more than is necessary. Two is enough to saturate one... no. 2 is enough to saturate one side of the belt. Yeah, so yeah, that would be twice as many inserters as we need in order to fully saturate one blue belt, which we're going to do by subsequently merging these together and then just pulling one of the outputs off. So that, I mean, that being the case, the right hand side of the is unnecessary. And what I've done over here is sufficient to fully saturate a blue belt. We can test that if we run over there and play with it. While we're over there, I'm going to steal the stack inserters because they're unnecessary for that coal. It's not really being used. I'd rather have them to play with over here. Small amount of smelting happening over here. Pretty soon we will be producing nothing as a factory. Okay, now be very careful not to get myself run over. I think that was a close one. I think that would have hit me. Okay. So let's, yeah, swap that. Then they're all full. That's not actually going anywhere, so we can test on the other side. If we have 4 stack inserters into 4 stack inserters onto blue belt on this side of the road, the bottom goes into the top. We then just want to merge them together, pull off just the top line, and if we send that into just somewhere where we are definitely taking everything off of the belt, fast inserters would be best for emptying a belt, I think. Yeah, we're going to be making a mess here with all the coal, but we can just destroy it after, I guess. Kind of want this belt to be longer so that we can see it being fully saturated, so let's use a bit more. Make sure we got power covering everything. And apparently that's going to fully saturate that belt, which it is not. But that is because of the pivot time, I guess. Okay. So if we can we do what? Well, simple question is, what happens if you use more, or is that not the problem? This side, the bottom goes into top. To merge that one into that one, that one into that one, and take one of those outputs. So yeah, next time the train comes around, that should unload 6 instead of 4. I suppose the other thing is, can we, if we have a backlog in the containers, does that help the flow? Let's try that now. No. Maybe. Yes. You need... I may have just been wrong. The 1.6 I rounded it to 2 to factor in the turning time. It could just be the turning time is significantly more than that. Can't see if we're not emptying fast enough, so let's... empty faster. There's no backlog on the line now, everything's moving. And it appears to be fully saturated. There's some way I can check that, isn't there? If I have a piece of circuitry on that is just reading a hold signal, I think. Well, one on pulse, one on hold. We need a way of reading it. If the train gets back, we'll get another view of this. I think that is fully saturated. Although, yeah, it's backlogging, so it must be. Signal's flicking between 9 and 10. Can't have both, can we? 16, yeah. Sure what 16 means, but it rings a bell with me for some reason as being fully saturated on a blue belt. So 6 is enough to do it. 8 is overkill, but 4 is not enough. Therefore, we don't need 2 sides, but we do need all 6 on the one side they're on. Let's the robots to work here. Can't do that, of course. Too much coal. Carrying any of the junk? I think I've tidied everything else up. Yeah, fine. Let's clear out all the coal we've been playing with. And then... okay, so yeah, my conclusion from our experiment is we need 6. And we can do that on one side. It's possible that after future upgrades to stack... insert a stack holding size, it might change. Safe spot to run across. Good. Let's get over. I mean, in which case we can come back and refactor if we want to, down to just being 4. Build it for 6, then it's built for 6. Okay. I actually don't need things to keep running, I guess. Just don't like seeing my factory doing nothing. Okay, so we will head back to where we've been playing and draw it out based on it being 6. is, yeah, just one side of the road. Don't have enough of them still, never mind. Yeah, then one straight bit is going to be required in front of all of them. I think there's any other way of doing it. Like, you can get the inserters to put onto splitters, I guess, but I don't think that. Experiment with that a second. We put some copper in there. What happens? Inserts onto the bottom half of the splitter. You could do that too. It's the same. That's the same. Yeah. I'm not crazy. It is the same. Okay, that's fine. Which way around on this side? Bottom needs to go up. Just need to merge each of these threes together. I'm placing these all out. I could just do one and copy it, can't I? Oh. Force a habit. Is there a more compact way of doing that? Instead of going bottom, middle, top, can we do... Bring the top down. Yes. Kind of. We can wiggle that down that way. Kind of like that, actually. How does it look if we do it the other way? It looks, I mean, the same, but the other way up. I prefer that, I think. And there's the option, I suppose, of that one into there, and then no way of having the output come right at the bottom. Kind of like this because it finishes in the middle of the wagon. So, yep, if that's my favourite, that's how we'll have it. Okay. So output from this should come... that's the complicated thing. We need to join all four to be next to each other, like this. But I don't know whether to send them upwards, downwards, or meeting in the middlewards. Middle is an odd number because it's between those two wagons, so that's not ideal. The middle, including the locomotives, would be odd as well. So they either have to go upwards or downwards. If you bring... So, if they end up down here, so they're like that, that point needs to be further north than this point. So our station needs to be further up this way, which it looks like there's a space to do that. Yeah, I don't foresee that being a problem. So the second one over then's got to go underneath all of this. No, in front of it, underneath the rail in front of it, will be an option as well, so that's okay. That's fine, I think. I think it'll be fine. We'll bring him down. Yeah, we'll bring him down. Like that. We do need to consider electrical supply and lighting. So let's put this onto a blueprint. Keep it safe. Train station. Then, yeah, tear it down. Build out the power grid here so we can see how things will align. I don't think we'll be able to keep all of the poles in the grid. I wouldn't imagine. So we'll just see how things line up in terms of that, so we can see which poles to take out and which ones to keep. There's a whole bunch out, and we'll line up with the end of here, that'll be best. Okay. So, an ideal world, our poles fit in those gaps, which, yeah, should have seen that coming with it being 6. We will likely move those belts over just one so they're central in the grid. Means the rail can either be up against it or one away. There's the rail central to that one as well. It's kind of nice. How far down? So we can line the station up with something, or we can line the rail up with something. And I would like the corner at the top to be equidistant from the road on the left and the road on the top. Personally. So something's gone awry. I thought that lined up before. Yeah, I was wrong about that. Power poles don't fit in the gap anymore. That might be a problem. Deal with that in a second. So we can put the belts on this closest one. Putting the belt on the closest one means putting the rail next one over. That one it can't be central in, so the next one over it can be central in. That's the first point, it can be central. I like things being central. It means the belts won't be. There's no other option. You can't go there because the belts will overlap. Can't get the belts any closer. No. Not really. There's the first option. So the rail, there's 3, and then the rail. So 1, 2, 3. We want the corner to be. Let's draw that out with a bit of rail. 1, 2, 3. We want the corner to be here. That's the tightest the corner can be, so that pole has to come out to make the corner. And that is incorrect. How is that incorrect? It's 2 away from the top and 3 away from that edge, so that's not right. For whatever reason. 3 away from the top. And 3 away from the edge. That is better. Then our station blueprint to fit in there. Really? And it does align fine with the pole. It would be nice if it could come down a little ways, because like this, it's not the last wagon is barely around the corner when it lines up at the back there. But still, let's take all of these away. They're going to move over a little. That's going to be the first one. Second one's going to come out, go there. This one will go all the way over. There we go. Down one more, and that one to the end. There we go. That's where that one will be. Bring this forward a bit more. So if we place a station in that lines up with that, it doesn't. That's what I thought would happen. Train system, and the stations align on a grid of 2, not a grid of 1, like everything else does. So the spot where I want to put the train isn't aligned on the train grid. I don't want to move it back, so I'll have to go forward 1, which means that all of this would need to move forward 1, which puts it where the poles are, which we can't have. Okay, this is not a disaster, it's just interesting. Just need to rebuild the entire base 1 cell to the south. It's not. It wouldn't take forever to tear up everything we've just put down and move it one cell to the south, but I'm not interested in doing that really. What other options do we have? Move the power poles at the station. Create substations. Power the inserters like that. Have the inserters where we want them. It's not bad practice. Substation doesn't cover as much as I'd like. But say for example we could replace that pole with a substation. Don't have the materials to make any more, but yeah. That pole and the one at the back, or this one in the middle, or whatever. That would power the inserters, and then we can move them down the one space that we need to get them aligned with the wagons. I don't see any other option. There's no. Yeah. So we would just cut all of that. Move it down one. I guess, yeah, something like that. The other thing that I always forget to think about is that we need to fuel the trains. Coal is the obvious choice. I mean, we've got coal packs right here. We might just put a few mines on that and feed it in to fuel them here. Keeps it simple. You can't electrify the rail. Though that would definitely lead to my death a lot. Okay, so that's all moved one down. We just need to work out the substation positioning. Take that whole chunk away. Probably take out the grid between everything, so even here. So the station isn't covered by a power grid at all. It's the surrounding area. I think so. I'm vaguely happy with the layout that we're getting together here ultimately. That would be iron ore unloading. That is now aligned with the inserters, stack inserters, which are then balancing 6 of them into one full blue belt, I guess. Although what I do want to do is move that forward one. If it's if we add another locomotive, it aligns differently. Did not realise that. I thought, regardless of the train length, the alignment was the alignment. Because I would prefer to do 2 locomotive 4 carriage, get the extra speed, extra acceleration, especially because of the short distances some of them are going to be doing. And in that case, we can move everything back one spot. Or not? Oh, I've accidentally took a bit of rail and therefore couldn't align it properly. gone. Okay. It's just... So yeah, we'll go like that. Okay, all good. We're getting there bit by bit. Just slowly driving myself crazy in the process. That's fine. That's what Factorio does to you. If we are cutting the grid at that point, I'm going to remove those poles as well. Head back. I want to get the materials to make the extra stack inserters needed, and then something else I wanted from in the base. Ah yes, the steel to make more substations so that we can play with them. So let's grab those couple of things. Stack inserters do I need? Hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 maybe? Let's grab all this steel. Then iron, I think iron gear wheels is what's needed. Which we don't have a huge amount of, but never mind. Interesting, there's a random machine trying to make concrete over here. Must have clicked the wrong button at some point. We can definitely stop trying to make any more lights, there's plenty there. 16 inserters, and the other thing I came over here for, some steel to make substations, so let's make 10 of them in total. These had a whole bunch of green in there, good. Still can only make 9 because of iron, okay. Can I have a bunch of coal that we left lying up here for whatever reason? I'll go fuel those furnaces at the edge that are still being fed with iron. Like some iron, I guess. It's 10 queued up. Here's someone trying. $15, $16. There we go. Should be enough to finish kind of laying things out, and then we can take a proper blueprint of it all. I'll do that. I'll delete that one blueprint yet. Let's put the train into place as well, so if we were to have 2 locomotives, 4 cargo wagons. Looks good. We just need to add a yeah, like a refueling input. Which I kind of want to do with just one. Some way of doing that, one chest and do that kind of thing. Not pretty, but it'll do. Other way round perhaps, because that's... No, that's fine. It's fine where it is. Limit that as well, we don't need to stock it full of anything. 3 go in, don't they, so... Give it 3 stacks in ready to go. Ah, there's 2 of them though, so let's make that 6 stacks that sit there just in case they're completely empty when they arrive. Which I'm sure is going to happen all the time. Okay, substations then. Substations. Can't put them that far, they actually need to come in a ways. They're both on the extremes, then they would be... That's hard to see where that lines up. Yep, there. Would be there, so let's try that. It doesn't cover the middle enough, so they can't be there. They need to be in one. That lined up. Like that, I guess. That is ugly. Move it up one. Rail looks square, and everything is powered, so that's fine. A few lights. Put them down the row of boxes, I guess. Sure. And somewhere powering the front without. So we're going to have underground belts coming under with the next station's goods. So I have them at maximum length, I guess. I do kind of prefer to do that, yeah. At this point, give us the most space around the train. You're going to give us some space where we can walk close to a train without getting pushed into it. Okay, we're going to need the input that fills that chest as well. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it, but so my other thought is one chest, for the whole station. And we'd just have this would run all the way up this edge, feeds into there, feeds into there. That's one back from the front, so do the same there. You could have, yeah, that goes that way. And this goes under here to go to the next station as well, and then there's just a chest here. Not here, there. Stack inserter for it or something, I guess, but I would do that. Feed the coal into here. Coal should probably come in on this side. That lot. Then, yeah, it's not. Not great looking, whatever I do, I guess. Could end up looking better in between them rather than on this far left, but no, I'm happy with that. That's fine. It's how it crosses over here. Because we kind of want it to cross in the worst possible place. In the middle of where those belts are, already there. No big deal. There we go. That ain't bad. We just need to power all these. So if we use the normal grid, it's not bad, we're just missing those, okay. Which we can... Oh. Everything realigned, didn't it? I remember. Because we added the extra locomotive, everything realigned, we can just have the normal grid. We'll do that then. Didn't think about that. Okay. Now the lighting, actually, a row above is set back a bit. There'll be one here and one the other side of the track, which might be okay. And yeah, I can walk across this track safely. That's not aligned right, is it? Be there. That one we have to skip because of the corner, so that's fine. Yeah, I reckon that'll light everything okay. One light there, one there. Find out when night comes. Happy enough with that, yeah. Okay. So I need to take a blueprint of the important bit here. I don't necessarily want those bits or these bits. Let's just take... I don't want that. Let's grab it and we can edit it. Don't want those bits. What's the button for that? Or am I crazy and you can't do that anymore? Ah, right click it. Yeah, that's fine. Now remove them. And then remove that bit. But keep the rest of it. Keep all of that. Yep. Not that corner. Not that front. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's an unloading point. And then so the next one needs to go in. There's a few different options here. It needs to go far enough to the right to fit the 4 belts down. Which is done. If we it's snapping to the 2 grid of the train, so that makes it hard to tell. I don't think that's on the electric grid properly. Let's place some of the electric grid out and then we can compare as we go, can't we? This can go in the book. Yeah, can't snap there, so it has to go over without fiddling with things that are slightly different. It has to go over to that one. So there'll be an empty one. Then there'll be the one that the belts come down on. That's fine. We'll align it to the power grid, that's fine. We can also move it south. So if we put it here, in line with the other one, then the rail at the top is going to join. So if you're coming in with iron ore or you're coming in with copper ore, you come in on the same line, you wait in the same waiting area, and then you share the same line from the waiting area to your stop. If we move it south and stay in line, we have to go 2 squares down. That's a problem. But let's just put a corner in at the top that is then not aligned. Which is, if you're coming in with copper ore, you don't have to go to the same part of the station as people with iron ore, which in many ways is preferable. Might make the signalling easier to set up. No. Make the signalling more complicated, but it will will kind of be irrelevant because they'll be separate. Whereas if they're joined, you just have a whole big chunk that no one's allowed in. It's only 4 stations, so it's not a lot of shared track. The problem isn't necessarily this one, which ends up a little further south than I want. It's that the next one is going to be way too far south to line the belts up with where they're going. It would only really work if we could move it down 1 block, but we can't because of the way the train grid snaps. It leaves it unaligned with the power grid, and then we'd need to use the substations, and then the different stops would be different, so no. Separate into 2, but I mean that says immediately this one has to go there. The next one could go down. We could have iron for iron and iron for steel come in on the same lines. And copper and stone on the same lines. Potentially. Well, we need to, at this point we need to move the belts down anyway. So what if we did have it down here, the next 2? Separate waiting area, 2 separate waiting areas. I mean, that could be helpful. It could allow us to tessellate things together nicely. Efficient use of space, perhaps. Don't know. It's going to be there. It's going to move over to that one. And yeah, it needs to come down to there, like that. Not really. Yeah. We could also, because this corner at the top is based on the distance I wanted from the 2 edges, I guess, so we could make it we can move that rail north so that it comes in at a different height to the next one over. But then it wouldn't be distanced how I wanted it, I don't think. We can't make a smaller corner, we can't move it down. Other than moving everything down 2 blocks. Move everything down 2 blocks. It's the alignment to the power grid that then doesn't work. It has to move down a whole power grid section for that to work. So unless we do tear all the poles out and do this with substations instead, then this is probably the best option. I think. That's what I would go with. There'll be 2 waiting zones, one where people with iron wait, one where people with other stuff wait. Yeah, that's fine. Let's need to go grab more belt underground splitters, whatever we've got available. Let's place out a few more bits of track. This should be... corner should happen immediately. Want it to be the same. Even that's quite a big gap there between those two, so... not sure, we may fiddle with that a little bit. So let's say that is the case. This one's going to be stone unloading. This one's going to be copper unloading. They're at copper ore unloading. And this one's going to be iron for steel, iron ore for steel unloading. This one will be iron ore for iron unloading. Let's go grab what we've got available and then continue filling in the gaps there as well with everything that needs to go under the rails and over the rails or whatever it is. What have we got then? Let's take a few more undergrounds. That's a good amount of belt, nice to see. Inserters, I don't think we're going to be able to afford to build any more at this point. We need to get an iron supply up and running first. There we go. Cement? No, don't think so. Don't need explosives at this point. That's all fine then, I think. It's really the splitters that would run out of. Let's radar coverage, that's helpful. Steel to make steel chests with. Make a whole bunch of them then. It's a random iron chest somewhere on the way past. Yeah, here's good, next to the random wooden ones we've got. Okay, just extend that out this way. Yeah, not sure how we're going to do that. Usually have my waiting bits at a bit of an angle, so we could do that. Just trying to picture how they're going to fit together, the two different waiting areas. Trains are not that long, but quite long, so that's something to bear in mind. This one doesn't need to go under because it's the last one. interesting. Whole line needs to cut down between those two. Okay, interesting. Let's get these all lined up. That's the important part, is getting the resources into the smelting area. Missing a row of poles here as well. Let's get them. We do a copy of a random row of poles. Is that lined up right? Yeah, it is. Good. Okay. Worried there for a minute. We built everything off by a little bit. Okay. Kind of actually want to copy this one, the output from the splitters that brings everything together. Not sure the lights are going to belong in the same place. Not sure we've got that right. Kind of looks like we did. Light, skip one, light, skip one. Looks good. Missing a few lights down the bottom, aren't we, because of the offset. It's fine. Okay, looking good as a station. Gonna need to go under again in each of these for those inputs. Just one on the corner there we go. Good, okay. Bring these all the way over, they're going to go under here as well. It's one away from the rail and then maximum distance, so there we go. We're going to copy pasted that as well. Good, okay. Then here is where we get the bit of the issue. We need to do what we did up there, I guess. Although it's slightly different down here. We copy this thing. Go there. These all just need rotating to be behaving right. Should join this down to match what the other one's up to. Join this line up as well with an underground there. Then this is not aligned because the other one has the chest that it goes into, so just bring it to where that chest would be, which is one. That would be this side, and that would be the chest. Feed it in like that, perhaps. Vaguely happy with that, that's fine. Then we've got one more lot where we go under. This needs to go under as well, so that they can come through and head out. Good. Great, even. if trains were arriving here, we would be unloading them. Each station would be outputting 4 fully loaded belts. They're just not balanced. We want to balance in case the loading of the cargo wagons is not balanced. So I guess we could just balance the loading of the cargo wagons. That's an option. Bit difficult, I guess. You need to juggle your ores around between chests and stuff. I'm not sure. You balance the belts before they go into the chests. Why don't we do it both ends? It's not, I suppose it's not necessary to do it both ends, but it won't kill us. So we're going to need to remember how to do 4-lane balancer, which I'm pretty sure we got somewhere. Yeah, here. 2 splitters, splitter underground, yeah. Yep. That one goes there. Underground goes like that. Two splitters, hit a splitter. The outsides go into a splitter. Everything goes back into splitters afterwards. Yeah, I'm semi-confident that that is a 4-lane balancer. That's... Oh, you can't... No way of forcing it over the top? No, okay, we'll deconstruct first. Then copy-paste the balancer in. It's nice that it fits perfectly on that corner. I'd love to say that's by design, but it's just pure luck. Okay, good. So, sides of the belt are balanced as it comes off the train. The lanes are balanced as they leave the unloading area. 4 full, nice balanced lines go into each smelting zone. And 4 full, maybe balanced lines come out the other end. That's a good train station. I am happy. So, next step is, well, why don't we hook up the coal supply while we're here and get that right, so that trains are being fueled. Build the power grid in. At least. Do, and then have I got any mines on me? Should do. Toss them up. Yeah, got a whole bunch of drills. Let's do a bunch. What way round do we? Pole faces right. So, can't get that bottom row in because the rail's right there, but we can do this. Top there. Looks about all we can cover yet. Unless we do any weird places that I prefer not to. Yeah, we're missing a whole bunch of stack inserters, of course. Gauges aren't perfectly balanced between all these. That's not such a big deal, I don't think. I'm going to send it south instead, though. join these together somehow. Right next to the line, I guess. And then there. And then there. Like where I put that, just here, okay. Hole is coming in. Be loaded into that chest. That chest will be loaded out onto the line. I mean, it'll feel it nicer when they're only taking a couple pieces each rather than needing much more. Okay. Waiting area then. They could share one. I like having these offset because of the way it makes the belts go, regardless of whatever else. Other than the coal belt. It might be nice to have them lined up for the sake of the coal belt. Very tempted to do that, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I am. I need to tear down half of what we've just done. That's fine, that's what the game's all about. Well, not all about, but, you know. Why don't I stand in a spot covering all this, let the bots go to work and take another break. It's about time that I stretch my legs. They are getting a bit sleepy. Just another 2-3 minute break for the sake of my sanity, and then we'll come back and carry on playing around with our train lines and stations and everything like that. So I will see you shortly. Hello there, I am back from my break. Bots have done their work, good. That will be the last break, I promise. We'll be going for another hour, hour and a half at most, till the end of today's stream, so still plenty of time to get some more progress on this rail station, start of the rail network, and then undoubtedly next session will be a lot of rail laying as we go out and set up some mining outposts if we don't get any done today. Still lots of the short-term goals to be working on this run, which is good. It's nice to know what direction I'm heading. There's east and north, I guess. Or here, maybe. These might be the first ones we connect. Just need to find a way of getting our rail route over this body of water, and then we'll connect some big bits down there. So yeah, there's some expansion to be done soon. Okay, so that's all torn down. I'm going to line these up. We want lines up there. The next one, yeah, one gap and then it lines up. So we're going to have them all on the same level instead. I'm sure when this is in place I'm not going to look at it and change my mind again. Well, that's right, but check it when the bots make it there. Phoebe bots, oh dear. Yeah, that is lined up right, that's fine. Let those guys charge. Oh yes, I did forget until now. That lighting is good. The distance on them, so the stations themselves are well lit, and that will no doubt help prevent me getting run over at some point in the future. I expect. Do with some lighting over this coal mining area. Why don't we bring these lights up another couple rows? Up the rail. There as well. Then continue them here where there are drills. That'll do, I'm sure. Okay, so we now need to rejoin all the belts this level, so the coal is going to come in a straight line now, which I prefer a lot. It does need to go under though, doesn't it? Under there. And there. Empty this into the box instead of all over the place, because it's box is full, never mind. Dumping the coal out of my inventory that ended up there. Okay, and then these need to come down, of course. Let's see, can we do a copy paste of what we've got on this side? Then angle goes down here. Copy. That lot goes same there. And then we just need a bunch of 4 belts to join everything together. Good. We actually have enough belts this time, that's great. Factorio really does push my brain. Like I can feel it's quite tired after 6.5 hours of building. We've not done the really complicated stuff, the production ratios and stuff. We just kind of threw together one of everything or whatever. Stopped again. We're out of heavy oil again because we're full on petrol again. It's fine. No big deal, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, most of what we've done today is just building out things I'd already planned. Smelting cell. We're getting the items for that, but we didn't get the perfect ratio, so even with just building and not mathsing, it's a game that my brain finds challenging, which is it's good to have that mix. Playing a lot of Anno 2, and that's not it's not as challenging, or at least not in the same way. Obviously playing City Skylines, which is not at all challenging in any way, but it's still interesting to build in. Okay, so they're rebuilt at the new level where I want them. I am happier with that, the way that looks as a station. So let's join their tails up to the top. This is so. Not sure there's any right way of lining up the waiting area. We're just gonna have to put it in, and then I don't know. I guess we kind of want 6 train units on every straight that we're going to have. Kind of immediately we want the distance from the waiting area to the station to be as short as possible, because only one train can be in it at any given time. Unless the gap from the back of the station to the curve of the previous one is 6 long, which it just isn't. Oh, you can't see, can you? It only visualises 5. Words. 5 carriages. We need. Oh, I want to put a signal at the back of every station, so let's put that in. Because if the train is coming for the first station, and the next train is trying to get into the 4th station, then as soon as it's past that corner, we could let the next train out. There's probably ways of signalling that. My only the concern is we don't want that train leaving the waiting area if its station isn't free, if it can't immediately pull into its station. So yeah, not sure. So if we're behind this signal, create a block here. Let's send this underground. See if we can put a block here. No, can't. No. Put a signal on the curve or before it. So yeah, the train is ever so slightly too long, I think. Next one will be there. We can move that coal around if it's preventing me from putting signals, but let's we pull the train into the next one, then we can visualize what's in my brain. Point where that becomes clear is here. And this signal is, well, I can't really see it. The green is not lit up, so presumably that's not the one I need to see, is it? This is the one. No. This is the one if I build it back here. That one is red, which is saying you can't come into this section. So I would need to pull this train forward. Yeah, to make it green. Yeah, okay. That's can't fit the 6 train carriages. Like that. Doesn't matter where we put the signal. The one in the middle, so people coming to either of the bottom 2 can get round. Point being, there's no point in extending this out to match that same length because it's not a vehicle's length. So yes, we want immediately to have a waiting point. This is how I usually have them because I think it's really pretty. So there's 1, there's 2, there's the next one. One of those that's 6 vehicles long. It's probably not a good way of having them, but you know, we'll fiddle with them until I'm happy. So the signal furthest forward is there. I might not have a signal at the back, but I'll have a yeah, it will have a signal of some kind at the back there. So that like that. And like that. I like the way they look at an angle. Doesn't do anything good, I suppose. It would take up less footprint if they were straight. Lot less, and because they're being unloaded on the vertical, then they definitely, you know, we're not really gaining much. I don't think. Just the turning angle, I guess. When they come out of here, they're going to rejoin the line immediately, which is going to be running along the bottom here, left and right. Where are we driving? driving on the left rail. The left rail means those are the wrong way round. I think. Yeah, like that or whatever. However. Got the distance wrong? Oh, I do, yeah. How is that? That one's in the right place. That one needs to come down. That's where that's going to be. I don't know if we want to have the 4 points join into some other kind of staging area that then... Not really, I don't think it matters. It's like if all 4 of them want to leave at the same time, then one of them is going to have to be waiting. And that means that there's a train that's not being unloaded that's blocking the station. So in some ways it would be nice if they all pulled off and went out of the way somewhere, because that distance from the station to the rail is not long enough for the train to sit. It needs to get on the tracks immediately. We've got the tracks lined up here because that's where the road ends, but it can come further south. Maybe we just bring it further south enough so that the distance from the station to the track is a whole train. Perhaps. Yeah. Then the point is, we're driving on the left, so you're coming along this track. You want to get into the waiting bay. Kind of makes more sense for it to be vertical. It's whether if you pull off the rail directly into a waiting bay and stop, or if you come off the track, go around a corner and then pick a waiting bay. Which I kind of prefer that the train doesn't choose its waiting bay from the main line, it comes off the main line then chooses its waiting bay. Not sure how relevant that is, but it's just kind of personal preference, I guess. In which case, setting them at an angle gives us space to do that junction and that corner. You could also do them horizontally across here. The diagonals are pretty, but they're a bit awkward, I guess, is what I'm thinking. If we do them vertically, there's a limit to how many we can do here. Well, I guess you could have two sets of them, 3 sets of them, whatever. Just like the way they look like this. So I think we're going to have them this way. Okay, that's fine. So that being the case, let's put this line into position. Which rail have we got left? Not a lot. I'm going to block off this copper ore if we keep it aligned. I think I'm okay with that. It's a small one. We've got plenty of other options as far as I'm concerned, so yeah, we'll go over the top of it. Let's put the other line in so that we can see it. Let's continue it this way as well, over the front of the station. Run it around, let's go grab more and start joining all these pieces together. Still need to work out how many waiting bays do we need, how many trains can be waiting in this station at any given time. Unless we build it in a fashion that makes it extendable at a later date, that's an option. I can probably come up with something that works like that. I think. Yeah, let's grab a bunch more now. I'll load more. Put this coal somewhere, can we? Just throw it in here for temporary keeping. The iron's backed up because the petrol needs flushing. Let's build this rail line all the way over while we go over and flush it. But yeah, I don't know what point we'll turn this south. I figured the distance that it is from the road just above it is the distance it'll stay the whole way up to the edge of our processing area over here. We may extend this processing because we can do coal liquefaction. Let's just end it at the end of that road for now. We'll work out later how we're getting around here. Yeah, just need to flush all petrol out. That will get our lubricant production running again. Other direction on the way back. A little unhappy with them immediately rejoining the line like this. Am I? Kind of. I don't see a good alternative though. We need to remain the straight lines there so that the stuff can get underneath them. The distance isn't bad, so yeah, we shall accept this. Things unload and travel as quickly as other people tell me, then shan't be an issue. Everything will be fine. Do the lighting coming down just a little bit further. If it's possible. Not really, because that one is missing. We need something that's better than nothing, and in fact, why don't we? Can't put that one in. The distance should be there. That would be there. Yeah, let's put the lights in the whole way down the track. I know the trains have lights on them that illuminate some of the track, but I like to be able to see more all the time. Let's... Can I copy without the rail? No. Put that one there and that one there. A few poles we can't fit in because of the curves, that's okay. Good, get those lights in too. But no, it's kind of a shame that it didn't line up so that the light was in the middle of the track, but it lined up where it lined up. Could possibly build things off grid, you know me. Can copy this little section. The lights then don't align because they're different in the smelting grid, but that's okay, I think. This is the rail grid. Oops, that's a mess. Yep, for trying to save some time, let's tidy that mess up. Wrong button. That's fine. This slot in the middle is a mess. That's all okay. Let's copy again, and this time line it up right and not spew it all over the place. Go, that's sped up. Get those all built in, and we've got a good start to the rail network down here. Need to signal things up, which is always a bit awkward. It's very difficult to keep signals on any kind of grid. Ideally, I want the distance from this junction to the next junction of the mining outpost they're going to be an equal number of train lengths. But it never is. Things are never quite even. No big deal. Okay, so signals, let's get some of them. I'm going to have one before the junction, which encompasses the train stop itself. Then train needs to be able to, so a train coming out of the right needs to be able to turn to head eastbound if a train coming out of the left is heading westbound, but not vice versa. Well, that's, it can come out, it just then has to stop at this section, so we need a what's the button? Ah, that's it. There is on that entrance to the junction, and then on this side I want it to be here. The exit to the junction is kind of want them lined up like that, actually. That blocks off that junction from the one before, so let's do that at all of them. It's the post there. Need more to run back to get materials to make more signals. Like that. Okay, so there. Each junction is now blocked off from the one before. Train can roll up to the edge of the junction without issue, but I'm going to need to run back and grab some iron. At the moment, someone approaching from the west, heading eastbound, will roll into this junction and stop here. If there's a train coming from the north heading eastbound, No, that's not what I'm thinking of. What I'm thinking of is there's a train waiting here, blocking the junctions. The train behind it is going to also come and block these junctions, preventing trains from exiting the stations until the train ahead of it moves, which we don't want. We want that second train, or any train, to wait before any of these stations and allow people to exit them unless the final stop is clear and ready for them to leave. So we need to use chain signals to make that happen. I want to put a rail signal out the end that is one train length away, which we can't measure on the visualizer. Is that an option we can have? I swear there's an option somewhere. You tell it how many trains you want to see in the visualizer. There, train visualization length, we want 6. Perfect. Love it when they put good options in the game. There is the point where 6 fits exactly. So the opposite side should be there, which means that allows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in. Good. So on this north, we want a chain signal, so that says copy the one ahead. If this one is green, then a train can exit eastbound, and therefore this should be a chain signal that says don't wait at that one, wait at me. This should be a chain signal that says don't wait at that one, wait at me, as should this one and this one right at the start. So if they cannot exit eastbound, they wait here, and then the next one is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, there. Okay, so then we need to go grab some iron because we need more chain signals to do the other direction. And perhaps I figure the train exiting the station also needs a chain signal that says no, that's fine. Is it? We'll need to go look at it in front of me or I won't be able to tell. Let's make another whole bunch of them and a whole bunch of them. Oh. Okay, so that's, if that one is green, you're good to exit, and therefore everyone before that one needs to be a chain signal. Including the entry one. Yeah, so that's the entry one, so that one is, but this one behind it is a normal signal. Letting people in, off the main line. Okay, so if you want to leave this station and enter onto the tracks, this one's telling you that the junction is clear, in you go. So you go in and then you will stop at this chain if you can't exit. So yeah, they want to be chain so that people only enter if they can leave the entire network, which is not ideal. It's not ideal because by the time they've entered the network they might be... well, yeah, you know, it's not perfect, but it is the best solution. They don't enter unless they can exit the whole block here at the front. The one thing that we want to allow them to do is to exit eastbound even if westbound is blocked. At the moment, if a train is heading westbound on the main line, no one's going to leave their station heading eastbound, which is perfectly safe to do. And likewise, a train would wait heading eastbound if there was one westbound coming through. So we need signals that block off between the two directions, which again, they have to be chain signals because they have to carry the same signal, same way that all the other ones are so far. So partway through this curve we need, so that one, to split them into halves. Might mean that some of these signals are redundant. Do we need that signal there? That is saying I think because it's just one long chain of signals, it is redundant. It's separating a block, this part of the junction, from, say, this one over here. Who will that permit to enter? Gonna have to go park our train somewhere and find out. So if we block the exit, the blue signals on the stations mean that trains can leave eastbound. The red blocks halfway through all the junctions mean they cannot take that route. And the green light at the entrance there means they can exit that way. If we put another one here, remove this one and put that one in the middle, then station 1 can also exit westbound. I don't think it can do that fast enough for it to matter, but it can exit westbound. We wouldn't want it to try, because this train that I've put on the tracks is not actually going to be parked, it's going to be moving westbound. We wouldn't want it to stop. The only point we would want it to stop is before entering this entire block, because we don't want it to block off the other exits. No, that's not true. As much as I want to clear the stations out as quickly as possible, priority should be given to the train that's on the main line because it's the main line. So other than some complicated bypass route that then rejoins in some particularly efficient manner, we don't want this train that's heading westbound to wait at the entrance to all of these junctions because one person wants to come out. That could mean he's then waiting for the second person to come out because he's been there long enough that, yeah, but they're now ready to leave. Bit of a complicated one, not really sure until you see it in practice whether it will matter and whether these signals are making a difference in a way that I expect. Because I think by having them in every stage encourages this westbound train to come into the junction which will prevent other trains exiting who are trying to exit from overtaking his priority. I think I'm going to leave those signals in. It's good. We saw the blue light, so it's behaving as I am intending it to, I think. So what I want to do here then is have a way where we can extend this. So get these rocks out of the way. Got 2 waiting spots at the moment, and we're going to add a dozen, 2 dozen maybe. I don't want to bookend it. It's kind of irrelevant because we're trying to tap this copper. So unless we don't, we just go find other points. At some point we would need to bring that copper south. Like it has to come south to get onto the line to get into this system. Unless we feed it. We can't feed it around the north because this is an infinitely expanding solar farm. In theory. In practice it might already be big enough for the whole game, but we don't know how far north to take it, in the same way we don't know how far east to take it. So do we just build the number of waiting points that we can fit until we reach the edge of the copper there? And that's, if we need more than that, then tough. We'll just have a rail system that falls apart if it needs more. Willing to bet we can fit enough in between here and there. My thought was if we come off the rail, not at the end of the waiting area, but at the start here, then we can extend that as we turn it around. Is there any way of allowing them into the waiting points either from heading eastbound or westbound? Like directly into them, which I don't think so. You'd have to have junctions like this all the way along. Like all the way along. And that's because of what we've just looked at. I think you'd end up really impacting traffic on the main line. So I want one exit, really, one entrance to this waiting system. Could be, can it be here? The more I think about that, the less happy I am about these being so damn close. Or feeding directly onto the main line. Because any... matter? Might be overthinking that. Trains that are heading over here to get the iron and the copper over to the west are going to be coming across the front of this every time they come back. There's no way around that. We're just giving a further distance from this station to the main line is just helps clear the station out, but it's not really going to change the amount of traffic that's crossing. That amount of traffic is constant, I guess. So I'm not going to worry about that. We will build this over to the edge of the solar farm here. That's how many waiting points there are, and that's where the junction will be, where you come off the main line to get into the waiting area. And that's like, that train station will just have to be big enough for what we're trying to achieve. I'm sure it will be, but I'm worrying over nothing. But it will have to be. I just noticed these got renamed because we moved them, so I want to rename that. This one is copper ore unloading, and the last one is stone unloading. Okay. One thing I do want to check before we go too far is how these diagonal rails affect the power and lighting grid. Badly. They are very badly aligned. It will remain so. So if we nudge everything over a little, what can we gain? So if we two other spots in the middle there, so if we go to that one instead, or that one. Either is fine, it will fit down the middle, and then that would be there, that one would be there. Yeah, it's just literally that one spot is no good. So okay, we'll add one gap in there, I guess. One or two doesn't make a difference. It can't be centrally aligned on the diagonal, so signals are going to be on the right of the track. So we should do it on that first line. So we've got a little space on the right hand side just in case the signal and the post try and be in the same place. Well, that will affect our ability to place the light. No. No, that's okay. No, hang on. If we were placing the light there, it's okay, but that means the second one, of course, is aligned different because it's a 2-point grid, but then the third one should be as was, and yes, that's all good. That's all good. All of it is good. Let's get that grid put in before we put the rail in so that we can still do a copy paste on them. Oh, when I rebuilt, I didn't remove that last underground for the coal. Empty that out of my inventory as well. Here we go. Be a whole bunch more of them. And yeah, build what we can down here. That's all good, yep. Yep. Need the grid to go a lot further over, don't we, actually? A lot of the way. Let's some more of what's up here as well then. Then we fit the grid in this level at corners there. We can fit one there. Yeah, it's okay. The lights, that one still fits. Yep, that's all good. Not gonna have enough poles and lights to do all this. Guess we'll find out. Gone somewhere, have I? More poles. Let's Let's go grab some, and yeah, I have. We don't. Horizontally, we skip a light. Vertically, we don't. So they should be in the middle of the tracks. Let's let our bots come home. Let's not run off and abandon them. So yeah, so let's get these put in as well. Go grab some more poles from the box of poles. And then carry on. That grid in and then expanding the waiting area for trains. We're over here, why don't we flush out the petrol? Just because we're here and it'll keep things moving. Go grab poles. Looks like I've got enough lights in. Other odds, bits and pieces, but it's fine, we'll leave them for now. Not too worried about things. Any cliff explosives yet? No. No, we're good for now. Where did I do poles? Around here? Yeah, down the bottom. It's going for a while. Surprised that iron isn't moving faster. Well, I guess we did conclude that wasn't actually that many machines running. How far did we get? I think I can see some ghosts at the top here that need doing. Okay. This built out. I carry it all the way over to that point where I said we'll finish, so the up to the edge of the solar panel farm would be best. Then we'll build the rails into the space, remove whatever poles end up in the way. A few signals left, we'll be able to do a bit more. But let these guys come home. Everything, a couple missing here still. A few lights to put out as well. Kind of looks like it. Let's copy down all the way from the top and the rail. The lights fall out of sequence because of the corners, so let's try a different approach, I guess. There. That's a bit too far. There is lined up. Good. Get this built out, and that's the grid then. That's a lot of poles we're getting through. Hope we brought enough. Might be a close one. Gaps to fill in as well. Head back a bit as well. These rails, I'll just cut those rails for. No doubt we will need to build those at some point, but I'm going to compartmentalise what we're working on. Yeah, not sure we got enough poles. 50 left to put out, and I can see a lot of ghosts. Or is that it? Have we done them all? They have. Looks okay. Good. Okay, let's get the rail out then and see how many of these diagonal waiting bays we can fit. That is awkward for the alignment. 3 between them, then 2 between them. Otherwise they can't fit through the grid. Okay, didn't realise that had happened at this end. If you 3 then 3 that one is okay, 3 then 3, but then the next one is where it hits. It will ultimately hit a pole if you don't change the gaps between them. Have to make a decision about having the power grid or having the waiting spaces all equally spaced. The grid is silly, really. It's completely unnecessary, but do like having it. Yep, wrong button again. That's what I wanted. I think I'd rather keep the grid, and we'll find some way of making this rail appropriate. Thinking if they come in pairs that are 3 apart, so there's a pair, we'll make sure that we end on a pair, and then everything will be okay in my mind. So that's 2 pairs that are 3 apart, and there's a 2 gap between the pairs. So there's a 2 gap here, and the next one, then a 3 gap. That one. Doesn't look amazing. Not sure if there's anything we could do to improve that. Make it bigger than a 2 gap, I guess, but or they're in pairs with a. We skip this first one and they're in doubles like that. I think I might prefer that. Skip the first one, then yeah, they're in doubles like that. That's fine. Okay, good. More signalling will be required after this, I'm sure. It's a bit awkward, I suppose. The train that's coming out of the last waiting point over here and heading for station number 1 is undoubtedly going to prevent someone who's in the first waiting point from going to station number 4. Which is, yeah, not ideal, but that's the whole thing about them sharing the line, is I'd rather they didn't. But it would make the belts such a mess if they didn't, in my opinion. further. We've got a long way to go. Okay. Do I still want all of them? How many have we got so far? 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 10 so far. I fit at least 20 in. Maybe we'll artificially disable some of the waiting spots until we actually like need them. Might as well lay them into place, I guess. But just keep going until we reach that end. Just because of the angle, that end isn't going to be the end when we're stood at the top. It's the end where the bottom is, so we should build these out a bit and see where that comes to. As at a guess, I guess quite a few more, I think, before we reach that point. I think. That's 1, 2, 3. It should be 1, 2 there. Yeah, that's fine. That looks right. It's going cross-eyed from staring at rails, I guess. Rails in a square grid. Diagonal rails in a square grid. Probably not good for the eyes, actually. Maybe we shouldn't have done it this way. Okay, so if we build this one all the way out, we need a signal to see where the end should be. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's exactly there. That is the end. How do we want this crossways one? We can get best aligned in the next one down, I guess, so we want to do that. And then so where the last one is, immediately have a corner, I guess, unless we want to make it kind of make this distance some kind of universal thing because it was necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horizontal units we could. 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be there. They're going around a corner. It's not quite lining up how I want. That's not, yeah, that's not great either. Would rather come down. That's better alignment in the middle of the square of the power grid. Something like that, which isn't pretty. But does see us. This is the last stop. Unless we do this differently, instead of going that way, the last one could be straight. No, because they're all. Let's build this one down too, so we can see it as a series. They're all heading that way. So, in theory, no, that doesn't create a junction that one can also. They have to go this way. So it's just a case of whether you just immediately turn and you align where you align, or not in the case. Push it out a bit. We can make that corner more corner-like, a little more corner-like, not a lot. Yeah, not too sure on that. Obviously, this distance is not far enough to actually join. Like they can exit eastbound, but the westbound can't turn to get into that, so that's going to wiggle around a bit as well anyway. And this isn't far enough either, so that one needs to probably wiggle back this way and then turn like so to have the space to do that junction in. In which case we might as well turn immediately. In which case we can fit maybe one or two more in. I mean, if we're doing the pairs thing, they have to come two more, so two. Let's do it down the bottom so we can line it up. It would be one there and one there. So this one would need to be able to come out of that orientation and immediately turn the corner, which it can't. If you kind of can, we're not bringing that road down, so that it's okay to come that far. Yeah, let's do that. And then, like we've done there, up the diagonal bit and turn back that way with a little space. Yeah, it's needed there for the grid. Okay, so let's take away all these experimental lines we're not actually using. And go back, but the light can't go there, that's okay. We'll live without one light there. So lots of rail to play with, so we can put quite a lot of this into place. Those can be rebuilt. That's got a light. That last one can't be. That's okay. Fine. Let's connect that up because it's here. Let's go connect this at the top. Oops, too far. And that's the last one. So this is not being used. Let's take that away. Connect that up. Good. Okay. So that's a lot more than we need. So a train going to a mining outpost, let's say this iron here in the west, needs to drive all the way past all of these to turn in, to then drive all the way back past them in the other direction to get to its station. So like you kind of want to be able to come off here if you're heading eastbound, and then over here if you're heading westbound, I guess. And then, yeah, like in an ideal world, if they're all empty, you don't want to be driving past them, or you'd want to just immediately join at the first one, go through, but that's not, can't really do that, defeats the purpose of having one in the first place. You then want to do that at every single one of them, so why not have them all immediately join the main line? And we've talked before about how that might interfere with the mainline traffic, so yeah. We will have a junction somewhere in the middle, allowing trains from either direction to pull off the main line, come into this network, head down this end, loop back round, then either pull into one if they need to stop and wait, or pull through one to get to the top row and into the station. It's going to be a bit interesting because we don't want, there's a train coming along the bottom to get into the last waiting bay. We don't want other trains to be waiting at the end to come in. Kind of want them to either take a waiting bay at the other end because you can get into it safely, or cut through and go along the top to overtake them. Don't know. Like I say, I've never made lots of rail systems. Some of them simple, just get from A to B. Some of them like single track that goes 2 directions. Most of them like this, drive on the left, 2 tracks. Yeah, none of them ever seem to flow perfectly. Tried roundabouts a few times. They always tend to be a disaster. I don't think I'm very good at signalling them. T-junctions are easier. I don't know, this whole system might not work very well at all, but I'm at least happy with how it looks. That's equally as important in Factorio. Just 4 more bays to connect. And we'll do the junction that brings them in, and then we'll look at how we have to signal all the way through. We're low on rail though, we're going to need to go get more. Yeah, just run out, okay. Some ghosts in so that the bots finish it when we run back. Yeah, let's run back and grab some more rail. Anything else we need? A few extra poles wouldn't kill us. Okay, so we're expanding again soon. It's fine. This is ready to tear down as well at some point soon. And we can do tearing down later, it's no big deal. Rail is on the right here, isn't it? Go grab that. Loop is going for a while. Want enough to connect up the first mining outpost that we need to set up, wherever that may be. Then let's grab some lights. We're a bit low on those, not very, but a bit. A bunch of poles, I think they're down here. Keep us going for a while, hopefully long enough to, like I say, connect up the first outpost. Guess we'll do the copper ore first because that's closest. Then perhaps the iron to the north of it afterwards. That'll be the simplest to connect up. Then hopefully that provides us enough to get moving. The base operational again with all those little odd bits and pieces that we're making to keep it going. Before we, longer term goal, get the science up and running again. At an accelerated rate compared to before. There's that. That's all of those bays put in. So my robots come to sleep. Okay, so we need to... Where's best? I think I would like to do the junction here-ish. So I kind of want to space out the signals on the main line. There's one full vehicle there. One full vehicle and then the junction, I guess. We'll do it here. And then join it up on the inside. So it's the opposite of this one, the mirror of this one, because this is joining back heading east or heading west. We want to come off from the east. It's like that. Not there though. There's a post in the way. Say there. Then on this direction. So if you're driving on the left rail heading westbound, you can come off here. Yeah. It's a little further right than I'd like, but if we that point, is that fine, or is it too? It's not really in line with that. No, I'm not. I'm happy with it there. Not perfect, but it's happier there. So the other signals need to go there and there. It's fine. Put the next signals in. Which is there and there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carriages. Yep, that's good. So this junction, they are leaving the main line to go in. If someone is going eastbound heading off, we still want someone heading westbound and continuing westbound to be able to go. Therefore, we need a signal there. If someone pulls forward and stops at that signal because they can't cross, it's no different to stopping at the one before it. It doesn't need to be a chain signal, is my point. We could put that as a chain signal and they'd wait there instead of there, but it doesn't make a difference to traffic flow, and if they wait there you can see where they're going, so we will leave it as a normal signal. Then trying to get into the middle of this row. Need to knock that one out. There we go, and we can hook that up to there. Good. That junction's fine. We need to continue signalling up here. So do I want a signal at the exit of here? Not really, I don't think. If we put that there and the next one around here, if someone happens to be parked there or going slowly there, then people who are coming off will take the turn. I don't really want them to take the turn until they can get out of the junction. So that would mean putting a signal there and then putting a chain signal here and here, so they don't try and take the turn until they can leave it, I guess. I'm not sure that's necessary, but seems like a good practice, perhaps. So this should be just at train lengths all the way along here. Until we get to the first bay. I mean, looking at it now, it does seem excessive. It'll be interesting at least when the trains start flying. I'm sure this was necessary. 2, 3, 4, that's not a full train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, there's that, so that's the first point where we can fit a full train around here. Which I guess I'd rather signal all the way around at the start of the next thing instead, so that's for that section. We then need to block each of these off, so if we put one at the top of each, it won't separate them from one another. I'm guessing here. Yeah, that blinky light means it's really not happy. So they must need one at the top and one at the bottom. Space to put them on the straight to the bottom of each of them. Okay, that's interesting. If I'd known that before we started, we might have gone with the no pole option. But okay, we'll put it on the curves of each of them, I guess. So that is separating each of them into their own one. Someone is... Yeah, we don't want people to kind of pull around that corner to try and get into one that's occupied. They shouldn't. The AI should tell them that's occupied, try the next one. But if they do, then they're going to sit there and block the way for everyone else. So should something somewhere near here be a chain? This one at the entrance to the whole thing? So they will wait there until they've got the green light to enter a bay. Yeah, that makes sense. In theory. We're going to need to go grab some iron to make more signals. A lot more signals. So let's go grab that while these things churn away in the back of my mind. We also want to put a bunch along the bottom row where they can to separate. So I've still got that thought of a train that's heading for bay number 1 is going to prevent anyone from heading to bay number 20, even though they can get there perfectly safely. So I don't want to chunk that bottom up into different segments, or whatever they're known as, those different coloured sections of the rail. Yeah, iron plates we need. We just stand here and grab a bunch. So if we need to separate, would they all be chain signals? Yes, if the entrance one is a chain signal and the purpose is to only let them go if they get into the bay, then a row of chain signals along the bottom would behave the same, but it would mean that they don't. No, they should. If they get blue light, they should enter. Okay. So, a bunch of signals. Let's carry on placing them out and getting this done. Stream's not going for much longer, 10-15 minutes maximum. So the time I've got. I would like to get a lot of these signals into place before I stop, so that I don't forget everything by the time I return to Factorio next stream. Which is Thursday, I think will be next Factorio stream. Yeah, let's continue these first, because we know they're right. Well, 90% confident they're right. A row of chain signals along the bottom. Do we need a row of chain signals along the top as well? This is interesting. Should all of these exit signals be chains? We'll worry about that next. Let's work kind of logistically through. So we're currently at the bottom here. I believe we need to put them in. Can't put them in every block, but we can put them every other one. Then I'll drop a obstruction in one of these and see how things light up. So if we put the loco in the first, then we get blue lights all the way along, which is what you'd expect, because it's saying you can come in to all of the other waiting bays, even this one. But if they're if they are attempting to enter this spot, they will wait here for it to be clear, which they shouldn't do. The AI is supposed to, I mean, reach that point and then say, well, I can't get to that one, I can get to this one, therefore I'm going to this one. Does that mean all of these are redundant? Because if I remove them, that initial chain signal will be blue. Yeah, so the only reason to have them along the bottom there is because you can see that long yellow, this initial long yellow segment. If there is a train in that segment heading for the first stop, then another train won't leave this waiting point to come into this yellow section when it could. As soon as the train is cleared, for example, we've got this purple section, as soon as the train's cleared that purple section, the train can come round, it can go in, it can pick one of those waiting bays. It does mean trains will probably prioritise the waiting bays on the right hand side, just naturally over the way it works, which is, it's neither here nor there. They've got to make the journey at some point. They're all entering on the far right, it doesn't particularly matter. So yes, I want these chain signals along the bottom, is my thought. It will keep the trains flowing in more efficiently, I think. Okay, so that's the entrance to the waiting bay sorted. Exits. Do we need... It's not just exits, so it's getting from here into their station. They've got the rail signal that lets them into the station. That's definitely incorrect, because if they're trying to get into station 4, we don't want them to come out of their waiting bay and sit here. They will come and sit there until they get... I don't know, the signals behave a bit weird with stops. So we've got a train in the first stop. We can check that one. Exit signal is green, yeah. That creates the block, the chunk up to here, which is red. So yeah, we want the previous signal to that one needs to be a chain signal. So if we make these exit ones chain signals, this will be blue. We're going to need a lot more chain signals. That's saying if their station is available but the others are not, off they go. If their station is not available, they wait back here. So they will wait in their waiting bay until their station is clear. We block all 4 stations. All those should go red. Yep. Okay. Good. So our next problem is someone's parked up waiting. Their station is free, number 4. But there's a train in motion heading to station 1. We kind of want it, once it's cleared this point, the next one can come in. Which So there's no point in putting any chain signals along the top of these waiting bays, because the train ahead of them needs to reach the next block before it matters, which is only done when it clears this junction. So we just need chain signals at the exit of each of these junctions. And this one, it is irrelevant because you can't actually clear it. I can once it pulls the front past that point, it can clear it. Yeah, okay. So we need to move this somehow. I think the signal's going to go where that underground is, which is. Let's put the signal in first. Pull that out there. Just move everything forward one. There we go. Okay. That one's red because the next thing is blocked. That one's blue because that's red, but that's green. I believe that is correct. I believe that is the whole station signalled. Could do with a throwing some radars out here, I guess. Actually, yeah, if we're planning on putting one here, we could do putting a radar in this corner as you enter the station. So let's do that. This corner here. It even doesn't cover everything. Let's go put one in the other corner then, I guess. Kind of there-ish would be best. Okay. That is a train station. Apparently. I believe it will work. But we'll have to put it to the test soon. We'll need to connect up some mining outposts. First one will be this copper that's just to our northeast. We'll get the trains running, we'll get that going, but that is a challenge for the next session. I am at the end of as much Factorio I can take in one day, so we will be wrapping up the stream here. That was 8 hours for Factorio. That is definitely my personal limit for it. More Factorio on Thursday, as I mentioned. Same time frame as we did today, so 2 PM GMT. Another 8 hours if I can stomach it on the day. We will be doing Factorio then, Thursday. I will be back for my next stream, not tomorrow because I don't do Mondays, but Tuesday. Yep, I'll be playing City Skylines on Tuesday, again from 2 PM GMT. That'll be another long session. I'm liking this, start at 2 and see how long we can go kind of thing. So that will be coming up soon. I'll get my schedule on the profile here updated for what's coming up. Obviously a few days coming up because of Christmas, but I won't be around where it's not very simple. So we'll get all that out there for everyone to know. Of course, as always, if you are enjoying watching, whether you're here live or you're catching this in a video later, thank you, firstly, for the views. Really do appreciate every view. It's important. And do consider coming to follow so that you can catch more content later. It's lovely to have you here. I am don't think I'm going to raid tonight either because I need a screen break, so I'm not going to go watch anyone. So we will just finish the stream up here. One last thank you and hope to see you soon. Good night, everyone.